So we're opening our regular session of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners, June the 6th, 2023. The first item that we'll have is public comment. If we have any public comment, you see anyone online?
Nope.
Anyone in the room for public comment? So the next item we're going to have is, it will be an executive session. Sean's not here yet, Commissioner Wood, but he'll be here anytime. So we're going to go ahead and go into executive session now. I move that we go into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 2460.24B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning the killing of CJ Glass and the board's independent authority to implement changes to prevent such actions in the future.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. We'll now go into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made.
I grab something.
Okay, we're back in regular session. We have completed our executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. The next item on the agenda is a statement regarding, from the Board of County Commissioners regarding the killing of Christian Glass. And I'd just like to read that to you at this time. This is a Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners statement regarding the killing of Christian Glass and addressed to media partners. The Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners completely supports the Glass family's efforts to ensure that events such as the killing of Christian will never be repeated. The board has always supported law enforcement and greatly appreciates the commitment of the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office deputies and staff. The board does not believe that the sheriff has adequately accepted responsibility for his central role in this tragedy or the need to swiftly correct all of the gaps in training and protocols that existed at the time of Christian's death. The board embraces its responsibility to do all it can within its authority to accomplish reforms that enable the sheriff to better focus on his core mission of public safety and justice. The county's emergency medical services and human services divisions were directed to research and implement a mental health crisis co-responder program. The pilot for this program will launch this summer with grant funds and staffing secured by the board. We are also pursuing a partnership with a regional communications center that already has extensive experience with co-responder programs, training, and protocols in place to effectively differentiate between mental health crises and public safety concerns. We understand that no amount of money can bring Christian back or ease his family's pain. Christian's killing should never have happened, and the board is unanimously committed to doing its part to ensure that a reprehensible act like this is prevented from ever happening again. End of statement.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you.
Comments?
I think the statement speaks for itself.
Yeah, the statement speaks for itself. We'll take a 5-minute break right now. Okay, back from break. Next item on the agenda is county commissioner updates from the commissioners. I didn't prepare anything for today. I can probably remember some stuff. What do you have, George?
think everything I have is already on the agenda. Um, Yeah, I think because it's all related to our ARPA update, so.
Okay. I think the same is true for me. I have the one item that we were going to talk about anyways at the tail end of the agenda today.
Did you
Sean?
do public comment?
We didn't.
I just wanted to bring up again the idea of a community foundation and see if we can get some forward movement on that. And I'm not exactly sure what that would look like. Maybe a work session sometime in the near future.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea.
I'm all for it.
And they need to be prepared for that work session.
Why don't you and I talk, Brian, offline?
Okay.
I've talked to a few different, I mean, one of the things that's, I think, critical is getting some local community support from business owners or places like Echo City area or Loveland. I've done a little bit of work there. I think that we do have some interest.
We talk about.
Because I agree with, I think Pete made the point a few months ago that this isn't the sort of thing that government should be involved with on a long-term basis. But I think we all agree that we might have a role in adding some energy to this and getting it launched.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in my mind, preparation might look like just recalling where the conversation was left and talking about how to move forward.
Yeah. I mean, basically, Community First is one of the organizations has a solution for us that's turnkey, that we just need to find some funds and tell them to get started.
And then build like the other side of the operation.
Yeah, we should talk.
Yeah.
One thing that did, or two things that did occur to me, meetings that I had to run from CCI and leave. One was the CE meeting and our relationship with the other members of the CE and the funding that I know that we had budgeted this year if we need to help subsidize CE operations. CDOT is taking over most of that. CDOT made a statement at the CE meeting that no one needs to pay dues anymore. However, that's a decision that's made by the full board of the full membership of the collaborative effort. And we're still in discussions on that because there's a fair amount of ownership that was a good thing that came from people helping to subsidize some of the operations, the administrative operations of the collaborative effort. And in addition to that, there are certain things that CDOT is disinclined to want to take the time and put the staff into working on, like AGS research, advanced guideway system research and stuff like that. So I made the point there. And Jessica Mickelbust and others said that that's not an unreasonable request. And so we're going to have some more meetings to talk about that. Also, Lisa Lieben and I, Lisa is our byway coordinator and a member of the byway committee or commission. And she and I began to attend, along with Amy, the meetings of and we'll be continuing to attend the meetings of the Mount Evans Collaborative, which is the Forest Service and other public land managers, Denver Mountain Parks. And I'm kind of made the commitment to do outreach to the 6 tribes specifically to make sure that they've got a voice into that process, into how some of the educational elements that will be redeveloped at Mount Evans would be happening. And there's also, I want to report that we did have, although I think I may have reported this before in a previous commissioner's report, although we did not receive the grant for the $930,000 interpretive renaming process and a monument construction for the entire Mount Evans Byway at various facilities. We were encouraged. We met with the Federal Highway Administration, and they were very encouraging, said it was a great grant. It lacked specificity that at the time is simply impossible to put into the grant application because the naming has not been completed yet at the Federal Bureau of Geographic Names. We know that's likely to happen in the next few months, and they asked us to please resubmit and do that again. So that may be some money that can help fund some of what happens on Mount Evans. So just 2 quick updates there, and that's all I have.
Something did just pop into my mind. We've all been reached out to by Jessica Trivett. She's a resident of Georgetown, I believe, and is trying to convene a town hall on childcare.
Right.
I'm looking through my email. What's the date that she suggested? my intention is to just see who's going and if there's any staff role that we want to, if there's any participation other than us going that we want to try to do.
I don't know. Seems like at a minimum, we should have a staff representation, at least to be there. To listen.
The proposed date was Thursday, June 22nd in the evening.
Is that still the date?
She was kind of,
Yeah, 6 to 8 or 9 at the Georgetown Community Center.
and I'm available and
June what?
interested in going,
22nd, Thursday,
I think. Is that,
6 to 9 p.m.
when is our accelerated trip?
Weekend next, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's not the 22nd. We're fine. So, I mean, I think, I know I'm available and would like to attend. I don't know the feedback that I gave to her, what she wants to do is get school board members, legislators,
22nd.
municipal leaders, and us. The feedback I gave her is that if you're going to get that many policymakers from that many bodies in the room, probably not much opportunity for like a policy dialogue.
Right.
So maybe more of a listening session and maybe, either an opening or a closing statement from the elected officials in the room or both. And then we listen. I think the ways that we could decide to participate beyond that, she was suggesting the community room, the community center here in Georgetown. I don't know if there's a different facility we would propose. Or just what. I think we could ask for updates from the schools foundation possibly on the status of the child care center in Idaho Springs.
That's what I was wondering, because that's a major breakthrough if something like that happens. And I think it's a great thing to have meetings to talk about how to make it even more robust and how to get something done and pressed, but it's certain, we're not starting from ground zero point right now, I think, if that's still underway and they're making progress on it. So having a report on that would probably be a really, really, a
No, you're right.
state of the childcare project at the new elementary school would be the first order, I think.
George. You're in.
That is the DCB. And we'll have to let her know that date doesn't work for any of us.
Yeah.
And, okay, I think that's plenty of feedback for now. Do we want to propose an alternative date?
I don't know what it would be. It's a knee replacement, I think. After yesterday, so.
So just let her know we're not gonna be available, you think, or?
We're not available on that date. If she can propose another one, figure it out.
The following week, Thursday, the 29th is open for me, I believe.
You're talking about the 29th? And what time of day?
She's suggesting it be in the evening.
Oh, yeah. Wait, that's music. Yeah, it can work.
Sean, do you have interest in attending?
Can you give me a quick replay?
We're talking about Thursday, the 29th for a listening session on childcare.
Yeah.
Family members.
I am available.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of families that are feeling the squeeze and a need for childcare, and they want us to hear from them. So maybe I'll just suggest that date. And we don't have an alternative to the community center that I'm aware of. I mean, not one of our facilities the community center room is bigger than this one, right?
It holds about 10 more people than this room. They do not have the AV that we have here. So, like if people wanted to attend via Zoom or,
So I guess we could offer this room if we wanted.
And then they could also do it, but then they could open it up to Zoom.
If we offer this room, we need staff, right?
So what do we think about that? What do you think about that?
We gotta figure out who's gonna staff.
I mean, I'm fine with it if staff's okay with it, if somebody can, it's up to Brian.
I'm fine either way. I mean,
Well, I'll offer it. I mean, the AV is an advantage, right? So, and it's an important topic and, maybe it can be an event that can help align all of these different organizations around this need. Okay, then I'll get back to Jessica and suggest the 29th, suggest that we can use this room if we want. And we can think about the dynamics moving forward about, if we're having other entities here, we might not want to, if we can avoid it, we might not want to make it a meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, just so that it's,
yeah, I would highly suggest you don't wanna,
so that the other elected officials can, have seats and we're not, yeah.
that might be a reason to hold it at the other venue. It's not your venue.
Well, I mean, we have to post, if it's a meeting where more than one of us is there, we're supposed to post it anyway.
Right.
That doesn't mean we hold it in the context or in the structure of a regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. I mean, we have other kinds of meetings that are like that too, that we belong to organizations where it's not our meeting, but we have to post it because we're there, and if we treat it like that, I'm thinking of CCI, CCAT, and other things that we go to, so I don't see a problem with doing it, but us, sitting over in that chair or that chair instead, and so we don't appear to be, holding a Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Okay, I'll communicate those dynamics and we'll see where it goes. And that's all for me.
Okay, the next item is county manager updates. Brian.
Just a couple things. You all received an email from CCI yesterday about their 24 legislative priorities, which I'm sure will come up on the agenda item that's coming up later this morning with respect to an item that Georgia requested. They do have a deadline of submitting any items by July 7th. So again, we might want to talk about this later during the other item. I'm thinking that maybe we add that to the June 20th meeting as a potential opportunity for you all to discuss what priorities you might want to submit. Secondly, I've discussed with all of you individually that the first Tuesday in July was July 4th. So obviously we're going to cancel that meeting. We have not yet scheduled it. You all each indicated that in the event we need a meeting during that time frame, we can certainly find a different date, but at this point that meeting's canceled, obviously. And then just a friendly reminder, when we adopted the holidays for 2024, we swapped out one holiday for another. So we have the same number of days, but we added Juneteenth, which is June 19th, which is 2 weeks from yesterday. So the offices will be closed June 19th, the day before your next board meeting, which is June 20th.
Which one did we exchange for that?
Do you remember, Beth?
we had a veteran Columbus.
No.
Was it Mother Cabrini?
The Christmas.
It was stuffed.
Yeah,
Yeah, we definitely removed, it was a swap out because we have the same number of days. I just
yeah,
don't
we
remember.
do.
I think it could have been Columbus Day.
I think it might have been Columbus Day.
Yeah,
Yeah. Juneteenth is a state holiday also, so the other end of the building is closed at the same time, so that's it.
Okay, that's the commissioner's update or manager's update. Next item is a consent agenda, and before I read it, was there anything here that any of either two of you wanted pulled for any reason?
Just really quick before, just so you all know, I am out of town on July 25th. So if we start thinking about moving 18th to the 25th, that's not gonna work for me.
Is there talk about moving the 18th?
If those conversations come up.
Okay. July 25th.
Back to the original question. Anything?
I think it would be nice to read item 7. And I don't know, usually we have folks from JCMH on this day. Is there any chance there are folks from JCMH online with their hands up?
Right now, no.
What do you guys think? Should we read that? It's a resolution to designate May as Mental Health Month in Clear Creek County.
Yeah, and I'm just looking for I didn't even have my packet up on screen yet. Just going to that right now.
Wasn't last month EMS month, which I think we didn't recognize.
What's that?
I think last month was EMS month, which we did not recognize.
We're posthumously.
Yeah, JCMH called me like the last week of May and asked to do this, and I told them we didn't have another meeting until now. And she said, can you still do it? And I said, sure, I'll put it
Yeah, that's fine.
on the agenda, so I prepared a reso that we can send to them and everything.
One moment while I go to that. So I'm going to read these here just a second. Okay, so I'm going to read the other 6 and then we'll vote on that. Number 1, consideration of approval of warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of resolution 23-42, a resolution setting days and hours of operations for county offices. Number 3, consideration of approval of ratification of CJ class settlement agreement. Number 4, consideration of approval of ratification of modification of grant or agreement between USDA Forest Service and Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office. Number 5, consideration of approval of June 1st, 2023 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Number 6, consideration of approval of resolution 23-43, adopting revised purchasing guidelines. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and I've got the proclamation here up to. So we have a motion, a second, to approve the first 6 items on the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And then the item number 7 that we pulled off, and I'm prepared to read it right now, since I'm getting practice today. It's a Clear Creek, this is item number 7 on the consent agenda, and then we'll vote to approve that after I've read it. Clear Creek County Resolution 23-45, a proclamation to recognize May as Mental Health Month in Clear Creek County, Colorado. Whereas good mental health is essential to the overall health and emotional well-being of children, youth, adults, and families, and promotes a healthy community. And whereas 1 in 5 people in our community experience a mental health condition each year, whereas 16.5% of individuals in our communities experience a substance use disorder each year, whereas increased focus on the prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorders among children and adolescents through screening and early intervention helps improve lives. Whereas the stigma against mental health conditions and substance use disorders prevents many people from accessing care. And whereas when mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy and independent life. And whereas the County of Clear Creek is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its citizens by ending stigma and focusing on the integrated role of mental health in all of our lives. Now therefore be it resolved, we, the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Month and call upon all citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our communities and resources to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, providing appropriate and accessible services for all citizens, and making mental health a priority. Adopted the 6th day of June, 2023, at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners. And signed by us. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, and just some comments before. I appreciate the Jefferson Center for bringing this to us and the board for reading this statement, even though it's not May anymore. Colorado is 50th out of 50 states in mental health outcomes. And so I think it's really important for this to be something for us to focus on. That stat, 1 in 5 people in our community experience a mental health condition each year. There's about 15 people in this room, so I'm guessing there's 2 more in addition to me that are currently seeking therapy or should be seeking therapy for their mental health challenges. And I say that to try to reduce the stigma and help everybody feel like it's okay, it's good, it's great to seek help. It doesn't say anything poorly of you. It's not a mark on you. It says that you have the courage to go through the challenges you're facing while you're trying to be the best you can be. And I'm particularly excited this year because Prop 122 was passed, which legalizes the use of natural medicines to address mental health challenges. Natural medicines such as psychedelic mushrooms. The data is very clear. We had a conference at CCI where there was a session on it. A PhD psychologist who spent about the last 10 years researching this topic was ready to claim unequivocally that the use of natural medicines is safer and more efficacious than both therapy and the existing drugs on the market that have been approved by the FDA on a number of conditions. And so I think there's a lot of potential here. I think we know that in Colorado, where we are a Tabor state, we're not going to see adequate investments for traditional sources of healing. And psychologists are not going to be parachuted into our communities to save us. I really look forward to the natural medicines approach as a solid complement to the existing system. And so just wanted to take a moment to say that, to really emphasize that this is really important. It's important to celebrate people who choose to confront these challenges, and doing things like taking a mental health first aid class. So you know how to handle when someone that you like, love, or even see on the street that's ready to harm themselves, you know how to handle it. Other things like that. It's an all hands deck moment in our society. And so thank you for taking the time to listen.
I would add to that a little bit. We at CCI, we set in on our mountain region get together, and Eagle County presented a lot of information about what they were doing in the mental health arena. And the thing that was discouraging is, every time they talked about running into a little bit of a financial roadblock, they said, then we took out X millions of dollars from our capital reserves and Y zillions of dollars from this other place. And, we don't have that opportunity. But we do have JCMH in our corner. And one of the things that they pointed out, or that's, if you study the economics, and I would argue it really doesn't have anything to do with Tabor, it has to do with the way that the system is designed, and the very least economic, or the most economically challenged, ironically have it the best, because if you are on Medicaid, you qualify for all kinds of services at places like JCMH and the other mental health community centers. If you are very wealthy, you pay for it out of your pocket. If you're like everyone else and are on normal insurance, such as the insurance here at the county, there are almost no providers who are willing to serve you. And it's a flaw of the way that the system is designed. And one of the things Eagle County was talking about is ways of kind of challenging their partners, such as JCMH, to help fill in that middle gap and find out ways of, because this is public money, right? This is our tax dollars of serving the majority of the people who right now don't have a way to get service. And they talked about in their community finding ways of bringing on additional trained resources. And I don't know that we have. I don't know if we have anyone in Clear Creek County who provides mental health services on an insurance basis.
There are a lot of challenges to getting to having it covered, and a perfect example is our judicial system pays for mental health services for people who've gone through trauma. And when the case is closed and it stops paying, the people are still undergoing the effects of that trauma, and they can be with someone who's been a very effective provider for them. And maybe that person, a perfect example is some of the people, and there are many people in this county on Medicaid. And Medicaid law is set up so that you can't even pay cash to see a provider when you're eligible for Medicaid and a Medicaid provider is not available to you to see. So you're stuck without getting therapy at all because of some of the rules out there, and that's the Medicaid rules. And there are just so many places that we need to fix the system to make sure that help is available to people. I've known of people to lose their opportunity to see a therapist at all because a therapist cannot legally see them that doesn't take Medicaid. And Medicaid doesn't, and there aren't enough Medicaid providers available even through JCMH to be able to treat somebody in a timely fashion when they're in crisis. And the rules have to be changed so that, somebody that wants to help that person that's on Medicaid can at least, if there's not a Medicaid provider available, if somebody wants to help that person and pay for their therapist and get them, they can't even do that. They don't even have the ability to accept cash and take cash to a therapist and a provider under the law. So, and that's just designed to try to induce more providers to take Medicaid as though they can use that as a hammer. That's a government problem, government regulation problem, but it's one of the same kind of things that exist in industry that make it so difficult. The cost is high and the regulations surrounding it make it even more difficult on top of that.
Yeah, it's well said. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are or where you are on the socioeconomic ladder. These systems are hard to access. And the thing that I want to emphasize in my latest experience seeking therapy, it took me a good few months of calling on a weekly basis to say, do you have availability now? Do you have availability now?
That's it. That's not crisis response.
I just want to encourage anybody who's out there thinking that they need help that it's worth the effort. Because I'm using JCMH, and once it was hard to get into their system. And once I was in, I have access to great therapy and I'm getting referrals to great services. So I just want to encourage everybody who thinks they need these services to continue to push, advocate for yourself, find a provider. Once you're on the inside, you're going to find the relief you need. It's going to be helpful. We can overcome this stuff.
But you're having to travel down the hill, I'm guessing.
I'm on Zoom.
Oh, yeah, even better. Thanks.
Well, as an example of breaking the stigma, you do an excellent job of that, George.
Thank you.
All right. Next, the incredibly exciting presentation of the fiscal year 2022 audit report. Yeah, Austin.
We need a second and a vote.
Oh, a second and a vote on the,
Sorry.
Wait,
We need a motion in a
approve
second.
resolution 23-45
Yeah.
with all of those comments made.
Second.
all right, motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry.
Okay, Maria, it's showtime.
Megan, do you have the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Thank you. We have Timothy Ahopelto with us here today. He is the manager in charge of the county's audit. He is with Hinkle and Company. Timothy is a licensed CPA in Colorado with over 20 years of experience. Timothy, do you want to sit here or do you want to stand? It's totally up to you.
Sometimes it's healthier to stand.
Okay.
I already got the on out of the way too, just so you know.
It's been proven when you stand in a meeting, the meetings are shorter.
They do, and it's more dynamic and
true?
engaging, right?
Good morning. My name is Timothy Ahopelto, and I am an audit partner with Hinkle and Company. And as our namesake mentioned yesterday, I'm kind of the quality control guy that figures out what the auditors need to do right by you. And I'm here to talk about your 2022 audit. And just to give you an outline of where we're headed this morning, hopefully we'll be brief. We'll talk a little bit about the audit approach. a lot of times after you get through this couple years, you kind of you could probably give the audit presentation yourself. But we'll talk about the audit approach, the required audit communication that you will receive shortly, and then some of the highlights with regards to the process this year. And then at the end, we'll open it up to questions that hopefully I can answer. Our audit approach involves planning, testing, and reporting. Planning is basically updating our understanding of the county's operations, both from a financial statement side as well as the compliance side with regards to your federal programs. And we, as a part of our planning, we understand the operations as well as the internal controls over finances and compliance. And then based on that planning, we develop an audit approach, which is basically how we are doing our testing with regards to the county. That testing involves substantive tests of details as well as analytic procedures, which involve developing an expectation with regards to numbers, whether their balances or their activity. And then we see we compare our expectations with results. And then we see if it's outside of our expectation, we go to either Maria or the treasurer or whoever's responsible for that particular area and get an explanation and corroborating evidence with regards to what's going on. After our testing, we issue a report, and we actually issue a report on the financial statements as well as the compliance with the county's major programs. We're happy to report those were both unmodified this year. We have a required communication, and our required communication deals with a whole series of topics. If you want to go to the next slide. And the next slide.
Sorry.
I am trying to be quick, by the way. I like to get to the questions. Basically, it tells us our responsibilities to you. Our responsibilities are to get reasonable assurance that the county's financial statements are free of material misstatement. And then, there we go. And then two more, I think it's two more slides. And we have compliance with regards to independence, where our team and our firm is to avoid conflicts of interest with regards to the procedures we perform. And we are in fact and appearance independent. We had no conflicts of interest. And on the next slide, we actually are to report to you on any corrected or uncorrected misstatements or adjustments. We're happy to report there were none noted. And then we encountered no difficulties. It's really, I'm happy to communicate to you that we've actually come a long way since the 2020 audit with regards to difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We are not aware of any consultations with other independent accountants. It's basically a way to get a second opinion from a financial statement or compliance standpoint. So we're happy to report there were no consultations with other independent accountants. And then we are actually glad to let you know your current year audit is completed in time for your GFOA submission, granted that you approve the audit today. So we're actually issuing opinions 3 weeks earlier than last year. And that was probably in 2021 was 2 to 3 months earlier than 2020. So you're making leaps and bounds kinds of progress with regards to the opinions. And then last year, we showed up about end of June, beginning of July. So this presentation is about 2 weeks earlier this year. We're happy to report on that. If you got the next slide. Maria's done a fantastic job turning things around with regards to her responsibilities as a finance director, not just in getting the audit completed on time, but also getting your budget process in compliance, actually having an original budget to submit before the end of the year. Is it November, December timeframe? Okay. Actually, it kind of just turned out this way this year that all of your major federal programs were COVID-related federal programs, whether it was the SLURF money, which was, it's called Coronavirus State and Local Relief Fund, something like that. There was epidemiology program that we tested, and there was FEMA disaster grants, which was all, the disaster was COVID. So actually, we're happy to report that the single audit has been submitted to the Federal Data Clearinghouse. It's no longer in process because Maria and I have certified the audit, and it's been submitted and received by the Federal Data Clearinghouse. I would kind of expect either it's all, if you go onto the Federal Data Clearinghouse, you'll be able to find the county's data collection form already, or it should show up on the website fairly soon. So I think the next slide might be Q&A. So I know this was a little bit quick, happy to say. And if you have any questions, please fire away and I'll try and get you a response that you're happy with.
Quick question from me. I'm grateful that you've done our audits all these years, and it might be a little awkward. I don't intend it as any slight. What's your take on best practice as it relates to selecting different auditors and kind of using different auditors? Maybe different auditors have a different perspective. I'm on another board that had used one auditor for a long time, and then we brought in another one that had some different things to say that were helpful.
Right.
So I'm curious if that was a one-off experience or if that there might be some best practice around using different auditors year by year.
Okay.
Or at least switching out after 5.
My perspective, I'll give you the company line, I can give you the academic line, and then I'll wrap up with my personal perspective. I think our company line is we like auditor rotation until you get to us. We don't like auditor rotation anymore.
You're home.
You're home.
And the system freezes right there.
Then the system should freeze. I think there have been a couple of studies with regards to auditor rotation. The crux of those studies are that it's more of a perceived help than an actual help. You kind of get into that. It takes I was talking to Maria, we've got a couple of audits that come from a regional / now it's a national firm. It's not a big four type of national international firm, but it's a national firm, and it takes us about 2 or 3 years going from them to the way we've set up our testing and our work papers and our conventions to get it quote unquote clean. So there's limited value in in firm rotation. And I know we've got a higher ed series of higher ed clients where Oklahoma requires them to rotate auditors audit firms every 5 years. That being said, my personal perspective is when you select, if you're on other boards, not this board, of course, but when you select your audit firm, you probably want the audit firm to be of sufficient size so that you could probably have at least a 5-year rotation on your engagement partners. So in the case of Hinkle, we've got 2 partners in the Colorado office, and we have a partner in the Tulsa office. So conceivably, if your engagement, I would say, to summarize, if your engagement partner rotates every 5 years, that gives you a sufficient amount of different perspectives and areas of emphasis with regards to what's considered high risk or low risk, or what they want to, what audit areas they want to focus on. So conceivably, I could be on the engagement for 5 years. We have Jim, who's our other auditor, on for 5 years. And we've got Kirk in our Tulsa office. If he's the engagement partner in charge of the engagement for 5 years, that's 15 years. And then you can rotate back onto me, and then the cycle repeats itself. And then, by the time I get done with my next rotation, I'm about ready to retire. It's probably hiking or fishing somewhere in the mountains. So that's kind of my perspective, is if you have a firm, a sufficiently large firm that's, 2 to 3 partners, you would be able to get a sufficient amount of different perspectives with engagement partner rotation. And, it's the advantage with regards to a regional local firm is you get a little more hands-on. It's a flatter organization. So, whether it's the in charge, Maria's talking to the in charge, there's open communication between the in charge, the manager, and the partners. So there's a little more teamwork, whereas a larger firm, you get a lot more rigid structure. And with a smaller firm, you may not get nearly as much of the resources that you would with a firm our size. Does that prove to be helpful?
It is, and thank you for your grace.
So it sounds like it's very much like if you want to stay with a firm for some measure of continuity, it'd be kind of like a law firm with multiple partners rotating clients.
Exactly.
Simply every
Right.
so often. Not that that would be advisable necessarily for legal, services, but for this kind of service where you get a technical, fresh look at the situation. And honestly, I guess even legally, different lawyers are going to see different things too. It's a similar kind of thing. I think that,
Right.
getting a good look at it from somebody else. I was thinking of other analogies like that.
Right. And one little caveat is whether it's an attorney or an accounting firm, a lot of times you'll get staff continuity as well. So, your in charges and managers might be the same, and then they get enough experience and wherewithal to get promoted, and then they have some background with regards to the county, and then they get promoted to manager, and then they're on their quote unquote 5-year rotation as well.
When you're trying to do something that's almost like a technical analysis, but you get into a competitive structure like that, the catch is that there's also the motivation of the person who's competing to find a flaw.
Right.
May only really be a difference in approach.
Right.
And I know in the construction industry, that's very common. If somebody is not quite sure about the price they're getting from me and they offer it to somebody else, they're always going to find someone who can offer a better service for a lower price, because especially if they've seen your estimates, you can take a wholly different approach to the thing and create a different sales pitch for them. But it costs what it costs usually, and you get what you pay for.
Right. And I've kind of seen that with regard, if you do any big project on your home or anything of that nature, you'll get two different plumbers and they'll come with two different approaches to the same solution, and you still, you need a P-trap and boiler and whatnot, so.
I made a practice of following up anytime somebody took one of my prices and illegally shopped it, but you don't file a lawsuit or anything. I put it on there, you can't share this price, but then they do it, they find someone else. I'm getting too far afield with this, but
Yeah.
I've actually followed up on that numerous times. And after the project was built and found out that it cost every bit as much or more than I said it was going to, when I went back to the architect and said, what happened with your client when they brought their friend in and took your bid and ran with it? It's like they spent more than you said it was going to. And although they said it was less up front.
And our goal as a accounting firm is to have a very positive client service experience. You look at the counties across Colorado or across the country, we're issuing pretty much the same audit report, whether it's a financial statement audit report or a compliance audit report. We're issuing the same audit report. It's the same end product, but the path to getting that product can be a positive experience, which I think Maria would be able to speak to this more than I would, but my perception is that the experience has been positive and things could be little not nearly as positive as what we have here at Clear Creek County.
Well, sorry, I kind of drug us into apples and zebras, making comparisons. It wasn't even oranges, so.
It's all client service and having a positive experience.
The only other thing I have to say is just want to congratulate our staff on the timing and the efficiency of this process, or effectiveness, right? I also noticed in skimming the CAFR, or whatever the new acronym of the annual financial report, that you all won an award or got a certificate of excellence or something for last year's work.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So I'll repeat what this gentleman said, that things seem to be moving in the right direction. And I know that takes more than just the finance staff, right? It takes a whole team working together. So I'm impressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Special thanks to Public Health this year and Suzanne Bocha, OEM, and all their hard work on the grants. So it was a clean audit with their help.
Any other questions? If something comes up, feel free to reach out to myself or Maria or.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to follow up on George's comment. I want to thank you, Maria and her staff, for helping us get to a clean audit. I want to thank all of our departments, though, all of our departments and divisions who contribute to that. Finance may be the guardrails, but it's the performance of our staff out there that, in the end, help us get to this clean audit. So thank you to all of our departments and divisions for everything they did to comply and help get us here to this point. So.
And clean management of their funds. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh, don't we need a motion to approve the audit report?
I had this,
Yes, you do.
I had this regular session, but. You said
Board
that's-
has
It doesn't say that. What's that?
Board has to approve and accept it.
Yeah, I don't see an action item to do that. I see it
We'll throw it on consent. It didn't get listed as an action item. I didn't see that. That's my error.
We'll throw it on the next meeting.
We can put it on consent next meeting. That's not creating any time.
Does that mean we'll be late?
No,
Or
we're not. We're fine.
We're early.
That was my fault. I didn't catch it.
Great audit report.
Ready break.
Thank you so much.
It was almost It was almost done today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Maria.
Okay, the next item is an action session. Consideration of approval of the unified form construction contract for Station 1A with SCS Incorporated. Brian Monsu.
Right. Morning.
Hey, Brian.
The PowerPoint or anything? Okay, cool.
We do that with. I think present the longer report. Doesn't matter. We're early.
So we went ahead and did our RFP for Station 1A. The main thing we're going to do is get the mezzanine ready for 4 new offices, 2 for the chat, and I think OEM is going to go in down there with us, which makes a lot of sense and work that we do together. And then just basic 23 years, toilet fixtures, shower fixtures, ceiling, new LED lights and carpeting and a clean paint job. So the funds are available through our budget. It's a 10-year budget. All funds are available, and we did get a little money from a behavioral health grant for some work on the chat offices that are going in that building. Total cost, I believe, is $223,000, just a little north of that, and we have the funding for it. So, any other questions on that? And I'm looking forward. That building is very useful. I think it's the most. I have a prejudice towards that building. I think it showed its usefulness in COVID. I think it continues to be a good spot for our stuff. Yeah. So we'll just keep it going and keep it sound for us to be in there. And hopefully this will get us through another 23 years before we have to go in and redo the shower stalls in there again for the captains.
Is that how old the building is?
Yeah.
23?
Yep. 2000.
Time flies.
I'm no,
Shoddy building guy who did it, right?
I didn't do it.
The thing buckles in the wind and stuff, but it's meant to do that. It's a great building. It's
Yes,
all
it's-
cable and metal. It's perfect. for
It's
that.
going to flex with the wind.
And that's a windy spot. So,
That too.
yeah.
and I'll just note, like, I'm not a construction expert, but it seems like you're getting a lot of work done for $227,000.
That's what it seems to me too. Sean Squire with that company, I think he did a really good job. In fact, when he sent over the estimate, I was pretty surprised about how much they're going to do, how quick they're going to do it. And that construction company seems to do well. They do a lot of government contracts. And just to let you know too, I thank you to Peter and Nanette. He said that even though the process took a long time for me, because it's the first time I went through it, he said it was the cleanest process through the attorney's office that he's experienced. So thank you. Appreciate that.
One quick question just about the work that's being done. We've also talked about trying to have space for the coroner in that building. Does this include that possibility, or does that remain as a possibility?
It remains as a possibility. Everything you'd need in that is downstairs in the space that the sheriff occupies right now in that building. So, yeah, that won't change anything. If we intend to go further, either way, if that doesn't go in there, I'd like to, in the future, extend that into working space down there also. So if we do a coroner's office, then that would be great, and they'd have space to do it.
I just remember the bid being so astronomical, and that was a few years ago. And I don't know, it seems like the coroner's hasn't said much about his current location.
He loves it.
I think in the long run, not that we're making a decision on this,
Yeah.
but my opinion is that in the long run, we can find something better for that building down there. It's right on a greenway trail that's going to be popular. It could be some kind of a recreational amenity. I know there are problems with that property, but I don't view that as a great. It's not. I don't view that as the highest use for that property.
But if you look at the opportunity cost of this money that we would have to spend to put it somewhere else,
Yeah.
it makes it a pretty difficult choice. But I think, yeah, I agree. It's not the time to revisit that. I'm curious, are there any non-EMS vehicles that are still at your location there?
Yeah, there's the sheriff's command vehicle, Snowcat, 6x6, it's owned by a sheriff department. And then one sheriff's vehicle outside. Sometimes they rotate some vehicles through there. So,
The Bearcat somewhere else?
it's still there. We're gonna move, for them to do the construction, I've worked out with the sheriff, we're gonna put his command vehicle down at Station 6 in Floyd Hill for the time being, just so that they don't have to, work out. So they could keep all their stuff inside and just close it up for security reasons at night. So that's the plan.
It's a home for the long term.
And
So it
Floyd
doesn't
Hill?
return.
At the fire station?
Yeah, Station 6, because our ambulance right now is getting remounted, so we have a bay down there that's available for them, so.
It's got great quarters in there too. Are those being used right now?
Captain stays there, and then there is also a paramedic that's there during the weekend, so.
Oh, in Floyd Hill?
No, I'm sorry, that's Station 1A. You were talking about Floyd Hill?
I was talking about 6.
Yeah, I think there's 4 or 5 fire, or at times, fire personnel.
Oh, that's good. I just was
That's
hoping that thing was being used to its potential. It's a nice building, so.
Yep, there are some firefighters in there.
Too bad that one bay was a couple of feet short.
That's long enough, I believe, for that, for the sheriff's command vehicle. So I think that'll be a good place for it until the construction's over.
Interesting. Okay, well, is this an action section? Is this,
Yes, we need your approval on the agreement.
are we ready for a motion?
I am.
Move we approve the unified form construction contract for Station 1A with SCS Incorporated.
Second.
Have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So
Thanks,
we're
Brian.
Brian?
we're flying right now. We have a ARPA funding update. Brian Bosshart.
Right here in blue.
Am I muted? Am I muted? I think so. I think that was the issue.
I think, are we gonna take a break?
Apparently.
Okay.
Hey, I'm the chair.
I guess,
Somebody in charge here?
Paying attention?
yeah, I guess just break.
Okay, I think we're taking a 5-minute break.
Okay, thanks.
Please,
Well executed.
Ryan? We're going to start. Okay, all right. Good. The next item on the agenda, back in session now, is the ARPA funding update. Brian Bossart.
Thank you, sir. This was actually a request of Commissioner Garland to get more, kind of an update on the use of the ARPA funds, what we have remaining, et cetera. So an attachment in your packets. I did print the actual spreadsheet out. I noticed I had the orientation wrong when I actually
Oh, okay.
in the software itself. So you've got an actual hard copy of it, but that spreadsheet shows you that items 1 through 9, it's money that was approved by the board and has been spent on all those various projects on there. Items 10 through 17 on that spreadsheet have been committed. There's committed items. Some of the money's been spent, I believe, but they are commitments that you've made with respect to the ARPA money. We did receive a total of $2,155,334 in ARPA between the ARPA money and the LATCF funding. So the remainder right now is $625,916 of one-time money in ARPA money received from the federal government. So I think at this point, I'll just turn it over to George. I know he had some questions with respect to the use of the funds and how we might use the remaining funds, et cetera. So I'll turn it back to you guys to have a conversation about that.
Okay. Happy to start. I asked for this because I know later in the agenda, we're talking about using ARPA money to provide a match for the countywide survey of critical biological data, which is an excellent thing to be doing. I just wanted to, and it's been a while, I wanted to where we were with ARPA spending, how much we had spent, what's left. And so what's in the packet says we have $625,000.
916.
Yep, $916 left, and I believe, just quick clarification, sure, items 10 through 17 have not been spent, they've been committed.
They're committed though, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I read.
And so I went back and I pulled up one of the old lists of our ARPA concepts. I pulled some things out of there that I just have my eyes on. I think the board, I think I'm not the only one on the board that's had our eyes on it. It was around $150,000 for any startup costs for the multi-jurisdictional housing authority. I know we don't have the information to know whether that's needed or not, but I wanted to be sure. These are the things I just wanted to be sure we still had funding for. $150,000 for behavioral health response, co-responder program, navigation. I don't know what the needs are there, but I wanted to make sure that we still had space for that. And then the board made a soft commitment to help the new child care center with its startup costs, if that becomes a need, at $150,000 as well. So that leaves roughly $275,000. Which means that there's plenty of space for us to talk about and I know this is later on the thing, we can talk about them, but to talk about the survey of critical biological data. I'm also, some other things have come up that I think are good uses for ARPA funding that weren't on that list. Our fire authority will be undergoing a comprehensive assessment, and there's some concern that the scope of work will be cost prohibitive to all of our partners in the fire authority, the municipalities.
What do you mean? The actual study?
Yeah, the scope was big, and there was some comment that we might not be able to, afford everything in there. And I know this board previously stated that we don't want cost to be a barrier for that evaluation to be truly comprehensive.
And add to that? When it's the right time.
Yeah, and so I'm just noting that that could be a good use of ARPA funds if it's necessary. And go ahead.
Yeah, we've received 5 submittals on that order review, ranging in cost from $35,000 to $125,000. We have yet to meet. We've got that meeting set up for next week for that.
From what to 125?
30 to 125,000. I have not had a chance yet to review the RFP submittals yet to know exactly what we're getting at 125 and not at 35.
Probably not apples and oranges, though.
Well, yeah,
I mean, apples and
it's
apples.
just interesting the variety of costs there with respect to those submittals. And then when it's appropriate, I've got a couple items that I can throw on the list for you to at least to know is that there are needs that are out there.
Okay.
When the time is right, let me know that and I'll add those to your list. We did not have a chance as a leadership team to meet because of the holiday. We didn't get a chance to meet to really talk about adding anything. That's why there was nothing in the memo with respect to other items. So when the time is right, I'd like to at least throw those out.
Yeah, no, that's great. And the other thing that I have in mind is I know we were not successful in getting a grant to fund our community wildfire protection plan. And I know I had a conversation with Jeremy Jones of the Fire Authority, who thinks they did get funding for a shared position between Clear Creek and Gilpin for a forester. And there was some thought that they could kind of redline and update the existing plan, which would be a cost-saving measure.
What was the grant amount that wasn't received?
120, 100, something like that. Rebecca is looking like she might know.
I'm thinking hard, but I'll have to look. I can look really fast though.
And I think the cost of doing of the cost saving approach is that we lack the community engagement, a comprehensive update on the science and how our forest has changed. And that's problematic enough for me that I think I'd prefer to explore using ARPA funding to just do the full process.
Doing
And
the CP,
the full CWPP process. So that's just, I'm just kind of throwing it out there as other things that I think could be good uses of this funding. And I know we're about 2 years into a 4-year window to spend this money. The last thing I have to say on this as just like kind of my opening thoughts are, there was some concern over the federal conversation about whether to default on our debts or not, that unspent COVID funds would be deauthorized. I actually believe that was
It was.
But I checked with CCI, the Government Finance Officers Association, and Accelerate Colorado's lobbyists, just to get their read on whether that could mean ARPA money could be clawed back from us. And the evaluation is that will not happen. That's technically been spent by the federal government because it's in our hands. It would cost them more money to get it back from us than they would get. So I think it's safe, but I do think it's incumbent on us to really proceed with the policy process and decide how we're spending this funding. So I would invite, a future work session as well for us to really dig in.
I have a couple of comments on that. One of them is, I think in my mind, it makes sense to wait to hear back from the consultants in terms of whether to spend that money on the wildfire study. Largely, those have been dusty binders in the past that no one in the community's done anything about or taken any action on. I'm talking about the community wildfire plans.
I don't understand the consultant, so what that means.
We're getting in a comprehensive study of our fire authority. And I think that study may address different areas of emphasis and de-emphasis. So rather than us committing $120,000 to spend money on something that hasn't had much of an impact in the past, I would rather wait and see let them weigh in on it a little bit too, if that could be part of the scope. And the other thing I would say is, I'm not opposed to funding multi-jurisdictional housing authority. I am going to be somewhat insistent that the towns do their part. And so the number you threw out is a pretty impressive number. And I'm not opposed to kind of setting that aside and not spending it on something else yet. But I think that deserves a robust conversation and some good faith commitment from the municipalities before we spend anything.
You would rather keep it as a pile of chips on the side for that purpose until the ante's at least proportional to what it should be, for sure.
It's not, another way I say is it's not lost on me that the benefits of that authority are going to largely fall in the municipalities where all of the developable land is, not in the unincorporated county.
I agree, for the most part, I agree with you on that one. I think there are probably possibilities in unincorporated county, but the most appropriate places in the towns and the infrastructure that are there and maintaining that density. And it doesn't mean we won't stumble across a place that we may have previously thought unworkable. It may evolve differently, but I agree with you that the major benefit is to the towns and to the employers within the towns and all of that, and to the workforce, the people that are looking for housing. So, and that's the best place. So, and I agree that the towns should be in the center of it. And that means also in the center of it contributing too.
Yeah, and my only intention is to observe that we should continue to do exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
I will point out that, you know, the folks in the municipalities are our constituents. The commercial entities that need employees are part of our tax base.
Right.
And so we do have a crucial interest there. And, you know, like the thing that we're, I think, waiting for, the information we're waiting for is in process through the IHOP grant. They're designing that organization and having conversations with the municipalities. I've received no indication from the two larger municipalities that they'll be unwilling to participate in funding the housing authority. What I hope we can accomplish with the ARPA funding is not having to do perpetual general fund subsidies. I'm hoping we can transfer that money and it can represent many years worth of our investment, so that our general fund can be protected, but our participation can be insured.
I think I agree with all of that. It's a good idea. I mean, it's not that, I agree that the amount of money isn't what bothers me. It's just ensuring that we're able to leverage it to have real, true impact down the road. And it's not like any kind of a game or one-upmanship thing. It's like, I want to make sure that we all take it seriously enough to make that kind of, a similar kind of investment so that we have a meaningful amount of money that can actually get stuff done.
Yeah.
You know?
And the comment I'll make on the CWPP is that I agree. The 2012 CWPP, we never even certified and submitted to the State Forest Service.
Exactly.
I don't think that's a reason not to.
Wasn't that much different in Evergreen, by the way, from that era of plans?
Right. I think, I would like to think that we can do better than that. And I know one of the reasons I think it's a priority is that when HOAs, metro districts, et cetera, want to go after federal and state funding to do their own work, they need this document. When we don't do this document, we prevent our partners from having access to that funding. So it's a pretty big deal. And we are in a different era of community and local government, including districts' energy around trying to find funding through this problem. So it's, I think, very incumbent on us to not be in the way by means of not having done, you know, taking the basic steps that's expected of counties in this one. But happy to, I don't know, I mean, I'll have to think about whether I would love to ask the consultants during the interview process whether they think their work could inform a CWPP. My understanding is that their discussion of a fire authority that's focused rightly on fire suppression won't change what I view as an obvious need to have this plan.
We certainly need to increase our wildfire preparedness. And I think there's a way that those plans could be a central part of that. Like I said, that just hasn't been the case in the past.
Absolutely. And I'll remind us that there was a lot of interest. It's not technically inside the CWPP process right now to talk about evacuation planning, which is a crucial need. And when we were talking about it last time, we were talking about having an addendum to this plan because it's, I think, to a large extent, the same experts that you need to bring in, the same community members that you need to bring in to have a viable plan. So anyway.
Yeah, protecting architectural assets and getting people out of the way so the humans are protected as well are a couple of high priorities. And then sometimes let fire do what it does.
Lessons learned from the Marshall Fire is that everybody's saying, if you don't have an evacuation plan, you're failing your constituents.
That's a miracle.
Mhm.
That's a miracle. We got that.
Okay. Those are the comments that I wanted to make and the observations I wanted to make. Brian, I'm really excited to hear what you would add to this list.
Well, with respect to the CWPP, Gilpin County has expressed an interest or a desire in doing one jointly. I don't know if create any cost savings or not, but that's something to think about. Friendly reminder of the lodger's tax now being available for housing. So that could be contribute towards our MGHA contribution. Just that, those comments alone got me thinking Amy and I need to talk and figure out when would be the best time to come to you with some kind of an update on where we're at with the whole IOP process right now, right? But just to consider a couple other needs that are out there. I think I've shared with all three of you individually that the shooting range project, each of the three submittals we received on that construction project came back $1 million over budget. We are intending to sit down with the one that we're going to select that has a tremendous amount of experience with earthwork, because that's a major part of this project that we're trying to change, modify in order to come within budget. But it's gonna mean in order to accomplish that project, in order to build the modified clubhouse that you agreed to, that we need in order to use the CPW money that we've gotten, right? It's gonna mean there's not gonna be shooting sheds in this next round. CPW has told us they love this project and have told us continue to apply for grants. So we can do that, but we're gonna need matches for that next phase of the shooting range. So that's something that should be on our list. Transit. I know at least potentially two of you are very fond of our transit program, and how can we continue to provide that service at as cost-effective way possible?
Bond, that's thank you for saying that.
What's that?
Bond.
Dole has given us a grant for $40,000. We need a $10,000 match in order to do that. That's something that's not budgeted. I could probably go squeeze that out of somewhere out of the budget. But they're willing to do an assessment of the overall program, taking a look at our routes, et cetera. Are they situated in such a way that they're the most effective that they can be from both a service perspective as well as a cost perspective? That assessment might be worthy of funding, so that would be a $10,000 match.
Yeah, and by the way, I'll go on record and saying I was fond of it too before it started crushing the general fund.
I understand. So that would be one reason why you would do that assessment, to determine if we can do it even cheaper. I won't get into the specifics. We're going to talk about broadband here in a moment. But there's a lot of broadband money out there right now that would require a grant match. I think we've identified some that would equal probably 150,000 in grant matches in order to get money to fund the design of projects both in Dumont up to the St. Mary's neighborhood, et cetera. So there's money out there, lots of money out there for grants.
I kind of think we might want to take a step back, and I know there's a broadband discussion group here at the county, and kind of check in with what's happening with satellite-based service to see if we would essentially be stranding investment dollars by doing terrestrial-based
So what
solutions.
you're gonna learn during that presentation is that money is only available for in-ground work. They're not funding anything related to that right now, so.
Right, and to say it another way, if satellite service provides adequate service for people in St. Mary's who have clear line of sight to the heavens, why would we waste any money putting stuff in the ground?
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're gonna learn is it's not working as well as it could.
Yeah. I mean, they're launching satellites
So those are just,
weekly basis.
there's lots of needs out there, right? $600,000 isn't gonna go very far, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I think another way to say it, it's not working as well as it will later on sometime as the technology evolves, becomes more saturated, but it's not there yet.
Assuming you can get around the line of sight issue.
But I am sensitive to what Sean's saying, that watching what that evolution is and looking at the size of the investment that's required to get into a certain area, like how far are they from fiber? And how much is it gonna take to bring fiber when there's something else is gonna happen? You know, yeah, trying to amortize what that cost is over what the future is likely to bring is, you know, it's a little bit of a roll of the dice. But
I have heard, for what it's worth, from folks who just don't have line of sight to that satellite system and are, wanting to see an in-ground solution. I don't know that it's,
right.
obviously it's not everybody. It might be a very small minority. Just something for us to think about.
Yeah, I mean, but again, we're in this environment of limited dollars to try and do the most good. And
Yep.
at some point, not just future, if you move into a neighborhood that has those dynamics, you're doing so with full knowledge of what that means.
I will say, and I think back on perspective of how soon we were going to be wirelessly connected in a similar fashion where you would be able to have that kind of access to that robust level of communications everywhere. And I remember hearing it when I was I'm thinking about it, was when I was down at Castle Pines in the mid 80s. And it was like any minute we're going to have robust satellite communications to everyone everywhere. So wires aren't going to matter anymore. And it's been a little while since that, and we're still not quite there yet. But
The only other thing, sorry, this didn't make my written list, but that I'm looking through it. I know we authorized $200,000 in repairs to the jail. About $50,000 was spent. My understanding was that the fixtures that they were initially trying to repair were all completed. And that the state of that conversation was that we needed to see like a proposal and a bid for any additional work, or it was, authorized to move forward. I haven't seen that.
They made some really tactical repairs, and then they were gonna order some parts and find out some other stuff.
I think they discovered that they didn't have to replace the whole fixture, that they could have some parts.
Looks like Brian has something to say.
There's still, I think your direction was you can fix toilets, but that's it. Anything above and beyond that, bring us back a.
Yeah.
I think there was maybe a shower too.
We're still fixing toilets right now.
Okay.
As of 2 weeks ago, I authorized another expense
Okay.
related to a plumber coming up to fix toilets.
Did we ever get our money back from Blue Sky?
Good question, I don't know.
Did you ever engage in that, Pete?
It was never asked.
That was like $40,000 if I remember correctly.
But I wasn't asked.
Wasn't it? Wasn't it like $40,000?
It was a large amount. Yeah.
So I think contracting authority is with us, right? And so I think it's incumbent on us to decide that we're going to engage. Is that your take?
That would be fine as long as I have the information.
Okay.
I just don't have anything on it. I believe it came through our office.
Okay. And I know we've got that process in a better spot now, right?
Yes, we do.
Where contracts come through us.
We do.
Okay. So anyway, just the short version of that is maybe an update on the jail repairs, because we continue to be in a situation where there's more ambition to do good things for our constituents than there is cash.
Okay.
Lastly, you brought up broadband, and that there's $150,000 that's committed and unspent. It's not, that is not part of the $625,000 number.
which is that?
Is that the one for Idaho Springs? I don't have a
Oh,
page.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
144, that's what you're looking at, George, 1444667.
Are you talking about the fiber loop?
Yeah.
Item's number 1314, is that correct?
Yes, okay, so the fiber loop for design in Georgetown, that project is in process. We are almost done with design and engineering. The Colorado Broadband Office asked us to extend the Georgetown loop down to Easter Seals Camp because they wanted the loop to end in a neighborhood that had residential and commercial. We were gonna end it at the wastewater plant at Georgetown, and they're like, no, you can't do that. You have to take it to where there's houses and developing homes. Developing businesses. So the CBO gave us an additional dollars to extend the engineering and design. And you can see that our match to the grant, because we had a DOLA grant and we had a CBO grant. DOLA grant was about 100,000. You can see we took out the match, which is half of that in this number right here. And then CBO is paying for that extra 2.5 miles down the frontage road. And then we'll have this remaining to go towards a match for Georgetown construction. The fiber loop design in Idaho Springs, it shows 100,000 in there, balance committed. Idaho Springs is chomping at the bit, waiting for us to come in and do the design and engineering for their fiber loop. They sat down with us and looked at a big giant map, which you guys have a copy in front of you, and helped mark anchor institutions and community sites that they automatically wanted to connect it to Project Thor. And so that $100,000 is gonna go towards grant match for their design, engineering, and also construction.
Okay, I stand very eloquently corrected. You're talking about $150,000 beyond that. Thank you, Beth.
I'm sorry, did I go off? Sorry.
No, that's very informative. Thank you, Beth. As
I'm like, oh my
always,
God.
as always.
Yeah, the 150 that I'm talking about,
Was,
the 150 that I was talking about would get design and engineering for Dumont and design and engineering for Fall River Road, all the way
Yes.
up to St. Mary's.
yes.
So that'd be in addition to.
And the reason why we brought those two in, Dumont and Fall River, one for Dumont, we have multiple county facilities there and the fire authority there. And we are all paying, well, our CenturyLink bill just went from $400 a month to $3,500 a month to pay for internet for road and bridge. But we got that fixed. But we have so many facilities in Dumont, it only makes sense to do the little bit of design engineering and then construction to bring Project Thor out of the Dumont overpass to all of our buildings that are there and save us money so we don't have to pay all these bills for all of our facilities to have internet. And then we had Fall River because, as you guys know, St. Mary's is probably our fastest growing subdivision in the community right now. I mean, there's 300 or 400 houses up there now with the potential of up to 600 or 800 houses. And it's definitely growing. We hear from Rhiannon, who works for us, lives up there and sees it happening. The challenge with St. Mary's is we have, well, the benefit is we have Project Thor at the overpass, which is awesome, but we have to go 10 miles down Fall River Road just to get up to St. Mary's. And we,
Is it
as you
only
guys
10?
know, we have no, I'm sorry. Go
Is
ahead.
it only 10?
As you know, we have no shoulder right of way along Fall River Road. And you know how those people are, they are not going to give easement. And so our solution, when we looked at it and talked to a lot of experts, was micro trench down the center line to get it up there to the schoolhouse. And then do maybe a meet me center right there at the St. Mary's Schoolhouse. So, and then let the ISPs come in from there and take it all over the subdivision. We don't want to go to the house and we don't want to go directly to the business. We want to get a meet me center put in so all those ISPs will come in and take it there for us.
What's the depth? What's the depth
We're
report?
getting into our next
Sorry,
agenda item.
okay.
So,
Yeah,
I'll
a quick comment on
I get
that. I
excited
think we
then.
should also look into fixed wireless,
Yep.
kind of like Clear Creek Broadband does between its different towers to
Bounce it
avoid
up.
having to dig anything.
We'll
Bounce
talk
it up
about
there,
that
you
next.
say?
Yeah, just go point to point, line of sight from a fiber drop to actually the pop up in
Sorry.
St. Mary's.
no, it's not.
So a series of repeaters.
Just one link.
I just want to acknowledge this ARPA conversation is hard because there are many policy conversations embedded in it.
Right.
But thank you for indulging this review and I think it was a good conversation nonetheless.
Okay.
So nothing needed at this point, is what I'm hearing. Other than let me take that back. So jail repair update. Getting an answer to that blue sky question. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, I would like to accelerate the CWPP conversation and maybe we can reach out to our OEM and ask them to, provide us some information. Maybe you can just provide in the manager's update, like what was that gonna cost and where are we at? And I'll reach out to the fire authority and get some information too.
Okay.
Last thing I'll say about that, I think, is your comments about evacuation planning are great comments. And if we're spending money on a binder when we could be investing in better evacuation preparedness, I think we're getting it wrong.
I think evacuation preparedness is also a binder.
Right, but I mean, to me, that's a more important binder than the wildfire plan.
I'd love to do both.
As someone who evacuated an entire town in my career, it's a very important plan.
Yeah. Which we have, I don't think we've ever done even a tabletop of that. Have we?
It's dedicated to
We did
evacuation.
a bunch of meetings when you guys first came on the evac route for Floyd Hill, where it comes right off I-70 there. And then we also did the one that goes over to Jeffco 64. And then we also talked about the one that goes across Beaver Brook
I
watershed.
thought that preceded us by
Sinton Road,
I
St.
think the
Mary's, I mean,
conversation-
That
there's
one's
so many
seen, yeah.
places.
St.
Brook
Mary's had some work
Forest.
done.
Yep, there's a lot.
I don't know that we've ever, I don't think we're prepared, is what I'm saying.
I think we've done work towards identifying the problem.
I
I
agree.
don't think we found
Yeah, I'm not-
solutions to all of
yeah,
them.
exactly. I'm not saying we haven't done anything.
You know, we've said, yeah, that's a problem, yeah, that's a problem, that's a problem. We've gone that far.
They had a binder in Marshall. Right. So, yeah, no,
There
it's,
is grant money out there for those evac routes.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
yeah, so, anyway, good point.
Yeah, and hardening of the routes too.
Yeah.
That's some, I think the main thing, in some places there, I mean, what's, like St. Mary's, yeah, I mean, I guess there's Yankee Hill.
Yeah, right.
But,
Yeah.
you know, that's,
And I think
that's,
Beaverbrook watershed.
you know, there aren't too many alternates to getting out of St. Mary's. And so hardening, the only real way out is trying to create enough defensible space around it and stuff like that. Seems like it's an absolutely critical.
And in Echo Hills, I was just sitting in someone's house who was telling me that they used to get permission, I think, from us to go and do their own work on their
Yeah.
route. And work hasn't been done on that route for many years.
Yeah, it's
There's
We're not
trouble
sure
with
it's
the
drivable
property
anymore.
Hard to escape under a canopy of fire.
Yeah, 'cause it's a
There's
Jeep
about it,
road.
and There's trouble with the property owner.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants us going through there anymore or something.
Anyway. Exciting conversation.
Okay, bring back a jail update and accelerate the OEM discussion.
I think so. The rest of it's already in process. Shooting range, obviously.
And we've got that one item later on that's a fairly small item to talk about with the ecological study. Okay, any more on that? The next item is a work session to discuss legislative policy development. Brian Bosshart, and I know George has some input on that, and we may also have some. So, you want to introduce Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, again, another item that Commissioner Marlin requested. You've brought up, I think at our first meeting in May, the potential of bringing a consultant on to help us with our legislative policy development. So just an opportunity for the three of you to discuss that. It certainly relates to the CCI request that I commented on at the beginning of the meeting in terms of getting our legislative priorities to them by that date in July. I think it was July 7th. So again, just an opportunity for the three of you to discuss how you want to, or if you want to put together some kind of a policy, legislative policy guide or agreement, et cetera. So.
Thank you. And so I've been watching, like you guys, the legislative process and the process by which counties build alignment around legislative ideas. And the observation I will make is that the counties that have legislative policy staff are the ones who are effective in getting ideas, getting alignment on ideas from other counties. Building proposals that are well baked enough to have support. And then getting those ideas actually through the legislature. I've spent a lot of energy on legislative conversations, mostly around supporting other people's ideas because we don't have a policy process that brings fully baked ideas to the table. The fact is, we do have some ideas and some needs that are worthy of attention and effort from other counties. And we need to do a better job constructing and articulating them.
I think an example is 1165, which really brought this to life.
The example is 1165. I think
I'm
frankly,
thinking of a local issue where we were trying to make something happen and had difficulty.
yeah, and I ended up being the primary lobbyist on that, and that's part of the reason that bill didn't pass, right? Just for the public, that was the bill that would authorize counties to prohibit the discharge of firearms in unincorporated areas. But the other big thing that we've been trying to push.
Part of the problem too is its most powerful sponsor abandoned it.
Yeah.
To keep its perfect record in place.
Right. Lack of pressure on legislators. the other topic that's out there that we need support on is, we have brought to CCI every year that I've been in office, concepts related to a recreational services sales tax. The policy construction on those topics and the building of alignment with other counties on those topics has not gone anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm asking for support. I'm asking for staff support so that we can be more successful. We know that we have a budget deficit. I want the opportunity to bring a better proposal to our voters than we're currently authorized to do. And so next session is the session for us to get that done. And there are other concepts out there that are worthy of attention. I just want to update you guys on the conversations I've had since session ended. The Bell Policy Center is very interested in convening a conversation among counties about, the state authorizing fair tax proposals by counties. So looking for concepts that do not require a statewide ballot measure, that authorize counties to make proposals that are fair, that their constituents like. Rather than this conversation about, do we have a sales tax that's the highest in the state, or do we have a property tax that's above the average in the state? Both of those are really hard conversations to have. And there's a third option, which is to be able to propose an occupational tax, a recreation services sales tax, a vacant housing or luxury housing tax. These are the kinds of things that the legislature can do. They can just pass a bill that lets us make the proposal. And you can tell by the way I'm talking about it, that it's not a well-constructed policy. And it needs bandwidth to construct it well.
What you're looking for is permissive opportunities, not mandatory opportunities, not changing a state law to make something legal everywhere, but permissive opportunities to take things to the voters we're currently precluded from doing.
Correct. And I've spoken to a number of legislators about this since the session. There's a lot of interest around there. And the message that I've been adopting is, we've seen that the legislature has the authority and the willingness to reduce assessment rates. In spite of Colorado homeowners paying the second lowest property tax bills in the country, we continue to see effective political pressure to lower assessment rates. And I'm not saying that Coloradans should have accepted these 20% increases one year over the next and higher in some cases. What I'm saying is that we need to embrace that for those counties that want to show up on the issues that our constituents are asking us about, that we were just discussing in the ARPA thing, housing, behavioral health, wildfire, childcare. We need different tools to be able to bring solutions to our constituents and say, here's how we think we can pay for this.
Yeah, if you're asking for it, we need something to turn the lights on.
Right. And I think there's interest out there. I know there's interest out there from legislators on this concept. I also get some eye rolls because they're like, well, geez, your ideas are quarter baked. Can you get it half baked before you bring it to me? And that's where I'm asking for support. And so I think the next step is for us to ask our staff to, and I'm happy to participate and we can participate to, seek some bids for some support around policy construction, a process, participating in a process. I don't think we have to be the primary conveners, but participating and providing energy behind a process to build county alignment in the interim and then lobbying during the session. That's kind of the three pieces of the scope of work that I have in mind.
Well, we almost need a list of quarter-baked ideas to give them an example of what the scope, the breadth of their responsibility would be. So there's a certain amount of work that has to happen. I think what you're asking for is to staff to work with us to kind of create a shopping list of here's an example of what we might do in a year so that we can understand what their services would cost us on an annual basis.
And loosely speaking, we're talking about two concepts, right? We're talking about regulating shooting in unincorporated areas in dense neighborhoods And we're talking about county authority to make fair tax proposals to their constituents.
And that's, the tax thing falls under a multiple number of different taxes that we've talked about over time.
Yeah. So,
You had 3 items on your scope. What were they? One was lobbying during session. What were the other 2?
lobbying during session, participating in a county process during the interim.
To help us
alignment,
develop those
And
priorities.
then developing those policies, or those policy proposals.
I think there's a coalition building aspect too that is not quite the same as lobbying. Lobbying is when we're at the Capitol, or they are on our behalf. Another one is the relationship building around issues that some counties that our vision is it could be very beneficial to them, but they don't have that vision yet, of being able to sell that idea. In other words, to other people who are then willing to lobby also to increase the mass, the bandwidth of lobbying.
Exactly, during the interim, and that means, helping prep us to present to CCI and CCAT, and participate in a policy process that I think will occur, after an initial conversation with the Bell Policy Center.
Right.
So the ask at this time is for us to ask our staff to gather information and get some prices. And then we can go from there.
I appreciate your passion. I think this is kind of like fighting windmills type of a effort. Even if we spend money that we can't afford, we're going to be a Little League team to Boulder's Major League Baseball or Denver's or anyone else's. I think a more effective path is to work at the commissioner to commissioner level and build interest for these other organizations that actually already have machinery in place. I think a county of 9,500, we're never going to be thought leaders. We're never going to be at the front of the pack. And I would argue the reasons why these proposals haven't gotten traction isn't because we don't have staff here. It's because they're not widely embraced policies at the state level at this time.
I will say from working on some of those issues, there are some people who seem like they should be natural allies on 2 or 3 of the things that have come up, where they're concerned about their ability to fund their housing programs and things like that, and or to mitigate, the impacts of trail use and stuff like that in their own lands, or working with the Forest Service collaboratively on, trails that mutually affect both county and federal and state lands, places like that, where we've talked about things like the recreational tax, for example, sales tax, or the same shooting problem exists in a number of places. And it seems like they'd be natural allies, and yet they're reluctant to jump on board because they can't see a tailgate to jump on, And so I think you're right, though, that the real value is when we leverage this by enlisting the already existing power of those counties. I think building relationships with them and selling the ideas we have to them is as important as, but I think what George speaks to is developing the policy so that it's at least half baked before we start talking to them, or maybe even 3/4 baked.
And my suspicion is the counties who would benefit most by having like a service tax, Pitkin, Eagle County, Summit County, they probably don't need the money, right? They already are swimming in tax revenues from 3rd, 4th, 2nd homeowners who don't get to vote. And why would they want to kick that beehive over? If they cared about it, they would be leading the conversation.
I don't think, from talking to those commissioners, I don't think that's their perspective. I don't think there's a county in the state that isn't failing. When you think about whether or not they've advanced enough on wildfire mitigation and evacuation planning, whether or not they've effectively confronted the housing crisis or the need for childcare, we wouldn't be 50th in the state if adequate behavioral resources were out there in those counties.
It's not always dollars.
And
oftentimes it's not dollars. Housing is a great example of that.
I mean, this is like, I don't want this to be an ideological conversation. But I do have the perspective that when you look at the fact that Colorado's in the bottom 40, in the bottom 5 of 50 states in transportation funding and the bottom 5 of 50 states in transportation outcomes. When you look at the fact that we're in the bottom 5 in behavioral health investment and the last of 50 in behavioral health outcomes, you pick an issue, those are the numbers. And so I think it is about dollars. And local governments can be the linchpin between building the community support, building the plans, and pulling the federal money in to solve these problems, right? And I'm not saying that to argue with you. I'm saying that to communicate that that's a widely shared belief from the counties whose support we need. And the way I'm kind of hearing your point, and it's well made, that you say we won't be thought leaders. I think you can have good ideas no matter where you're from, but I think what you're communicating, the way I'm hearing it, is that one lobbyist isn't going to make a difference in the legislature, and it's a good point if that's part of the point you're trying to make.
Thank you.
And I agree. And so maybe when we get this menu of costs, maybe we say, you know what we need right now is we need help constructing a policy and building support during the interim, and then we're done.
Yeah.
Rather than be the lobbyist at the county.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not against the process. I mean, one thing I'll say about transportation, and I haven't done any research at all, but just my intuition informs me that one of the reasons is probably due to our density. I mean, if you look at light rail and how it hasn't been embraced, we don't have the density, right? It's not like we're downtown New York City or Paris or even Los Angeles, and we're super spread out, and it's very hard to create. I mean, look at our county, right? There'll never be any public transportation in my neighborhood, and I knew that when I moved there.
It's a well-made point, but you also have roads, right? Like I had a friend visit me. He's been driving all over the country. He finally made it to Colorado. He put 10,000 miles on his vehicle over the last 6 months, driving just crisscrossing the country. And he had a 10-minute rant for me about the state of I-70, right? Coming down from the Eisenhower Tunnel where it's rutted out completely. I mean,
US 40 is so much worse over Bertha Pass.
But as soon as you cross the border into, states that are not known for spending money loosely, like Utah, Wyoming, Kansas, all of a sudden the roads are better, right? And it's because they have decided to invest in themselves.
Our terrain's a little more difficult than theirs too.
But nonetheless, I mean, this has been fun, but I think the question is, I mean, truly it has been. The question in front of us, and I think I heard you sort of say you're not opposed to staff asking for this information, and then we can, continue to have this, and I mean it. It has been fun, and it's not personal, I hope.
I think, I think there are some things that, when we talk about things that we prioritize, I'd like for us to talk about them with respect and not belittle people through our use of language as we describe a particular issue like transit and being fond of it, as opposed to being visionary and understanding that if we want to build workforce mobility is something that may take investment like that. So that's one thing that will help. And then I think but what we have done is you're suggesting that we give staff instruction to look at about 4 different areas of service that somebody could construct a menu for us, a proposal, and it might be a shopping list that we can choose from. I think Sean's right that if we can have well-constructed issues that we've identified and actually supported unanimously on this board in a few cases that have not been successful and some have, then we can, it may be that ripening that idea and making it feasible and sellable, and then sell it to some of the people we collaborate with at places like CCI and CCAT in order to be able to then socialize to the legislature, in order to then be able to get those other counties to bring the muscle that they've got. Because you're right, if we suddenly have Boulder sold on an idea we've been trying to get done, and they put the kind of muscle that they've got on staff behind it and start talking to the people, that's going to make more difference than we can make sending one person down under the Golden Dome.
Yeah, they have a staffer who's posted up at the Capitol the entire session. Boulder does.
Multiple staffers.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a point that's well made. And on those 2 policies, I do just I know we're over time, but The shooting bill, here, I want to hear some feedback on sort of the way I'm processing that failure. And provide some information. First off, we had the votes on the floor of the Senate. We had reached out to every senator that might be a no, that could be a yes, and we had the votes. And we were one vote away from getting it through committee, and had it had a hearing, it was a 50-50 whether that was a yes vote or not. And there were some really challenging dynamics around getting it that committee hearing that I won't go into now. That I do believe a lobbyist. What I'm trying to say is, had I been more effective in the timing of the communications with legislators, this bill might be passed today. And so I do think a lobbyist may have made the difference, a dedicated lobbyist. But that's the other thing, the real thing that I want to hear your feedback on is we designed a very narrow approach intentionally, right? Because our policy preference is to have a narrow approach to this problem. One of the dynamics that created was that we found that, there's not a level of narrowness in a bill with the word gun in it that won't attract a lot of opposition.
It doesn't matter how narrow you make
Right.
it, you're still gonna get the same attention.
But when you make it really narrow, you can fail to gain support from the people whose votes you need. And one of the things that came up during the session as people were researching was that Texas, in all of their restraint around gun laws, simply prohibits shooting on properties that are less than 30 acres statewide. I think that might be something we want to look at for this next year's proposal.
Yeah.
I think it could help
Plus
us
the
build
fact that it's in
alignment.
Texas, I mean,
Right.
provides a lot of cover.
And I think it could help us with counties, because a lot of county commissioners around the state, we're looking at this going, oh my God, every neighborhood in my county is going to be going to war with one another over what the rules should be, right? And it was a
In their
legitimate
neighborhood.
critique.
Yeah.
I shouldn't use that phraseology when we're talking about guns.
Go to war
We're going to be
over
having
guns.
intense arguments, civilly.
Yeah, never
intense
bring a
arguments.
gun to a discussion about guns.
You kind of just discounted your point about needing a lobbyist to push forth a
Well-
failed plan.
well, there's-
Just talked about a better one.
So this might be a better plan. And I want to hear your guys' feedback on what you think about just suggesting that Colorado adopt the Texas model.
I like the thing I don't like about what we were discussing before is, again, the fact that it was only applied if the neighbors screamed bloody murder and started pounding on the table over and over. And it just seemed like it would create a lot of work and a lot of angst. And something that applies universally, you avoid all of those dynamics.
Right.
It's just a new law.
Yeah.
New law in
But
the
guess
state.
what? They'll have to go to the range now.
I think
Or your neighbor's house that has 31 acres.
I think one of the things is when you design any system, if you design an argument system and you design it around a very narrow location, so it only really applies to this location because the way you designed it, then it's hard to get people in other locations that are marginally different from it to get excited and get on board with you. Whereas if you design something that's actually, since like you're saying, if it says gun anywhere in the proposal, you know that there's going to be some people show up to argue against anything to control guns no matter what. And those people are going to show up no matter how large or how small your effort is. So by designing something that can attract support, you're probably going to get about the same level of opposition, but you're going to get a lot more support if you design it to be more unique. And I think that's true not just for gun stuff. Our policies, it's one of the strategies that a consultant could help us understand and help us, prepare these things so that they're actually politically pragmatic. They've got a chance.
Definitely. And that dynamic exists with the recreation services sales tax, which is the last thing that I want to discuss with you guys. And I'm sorry I'm taking so much time.
Okay.
A recreation services sales tax is something that could be really meaningful for maybe 10 of the 64 counties in the state. There's another taxation authority that municipalities have, the counties don't, that's more flexible than that. It's called the occupation tax. Municipalities can use this tax to identify industries with an inordinate service demand and tax them separately, right? So rather than like raising property taxes so that every commercial property owner has to pay. In our county, we would look at recreation industry, service industry, and just tax them. So basically approximate a recreation services sales tax, just like municipalities use this to approximate a lodging tax or to tax bars separately, right? That, you know, so I think that this is a concept that the same dynamic we were just talking about with the shooting bill could work here, where you find an authority that is flexible enough that counties can use it in different contexts. I don't know how an agricultural community might use it, but they might, you know, so anyway, so that's, I'm kind of thinking that the occupational tax, the approach to overcome a very similar challenges we've seen with the recreational sales tax proposal.
Well, those are examples of things that we need some advice on to help us understand if our theories actually hold any water.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's be done with half-baked theories in Clear Creek County and get some help.
So if we can, but I think it may take George, for example, working with Brian a little bit to create a shopping list around which somebody can give us probably going to be a fairly vague response to some sort of an RFP or outreach to solicit some pricing ideas from some folks that provide those four different strategic areas that we talked about. And then let's find out if it's something that we've got an appetite for, or that there are elements of it that we have an appetite for. And I'm all for looking into it. I mean, as has been said to me many times, we shouldn't be afraid of getting information on things so we can make decisions about them. So
I've heard Sean say that.
was it him? I don't
I
think
said
so.
two. I said two.
I mean, I think one approach, if we can work through somebody like Elizabeth Lawrence, is like, hey, we have some ideas. Would you mind if we have a joint meeting and talk to your policy staff? Because if they don't support it, it's not going to happen.
You know, and what this conversation could evolve to is that we simply take the time. It could turn out to be a one-off rather than an ongoing service that's provided to us. It could be somebody helps us wrap our heads around the best way for us to approach this in the future at minimum cost.
Yeah.
And it could be that we get that far with somebody and we have some consulting to help us resolve our positions about how to address this problem. Because there have been a couple of things we've been successful on. You know, we closed the Montana loophole on the OHV bill, which got a lot of support around, you know, from our contemporaries, even at CCI. Everybody got behind it. And that one had some potential. It's not quite the gun thing, but that had the potential. There were some industries that were they could go up in arms in a heartbeat. And somehow we managed to get Coveco on board with it because they realized that they were giving themselves a bad name to not support it.
Yeah.
You know, because what they were doing was supporting people breaking the law. And so those are examples of how they may be able to advise us in other areas, how we can bring, you know, obviously Texas is a big gun state. I grew up in Oklahoma. You know, that's like the panhandle of Texas or something. And it's the same thing there. You know, if it's moving, shoot it, you know, and they managed to pass that law. And if they can do that, I was shocked to hear that when I saw how much trouble we were having with a simple thing that says, can we manage dense unincorporated neighborhoods the same way municipalities manage safety? Can we do that? We couldn't get anywhere with it. So,
yeah. And I just,
Even if you made it 10
wanna
acres, it would still.
yeah, right. I want to remind you, Sean, of something that you said that was,
Your words being
I
used
felt,
against me.
I felt very attacked by and have accepted it as true, which is that if you want to make sure something doesn't get done,
don't try.
ask one of us to be the primary mover on it.
That's true.
And it's true.
Our
And,
job.
and this is why I'm asking for help.
One of the three of us here. So.
Yeah.
I've heard exactly the opposite of that too from other county commissioners. You know, whatever. It's something that we need to get a consultant hired to help us resolve, I think, is whether it's a good idea for us to work on.
We need a
stuff
fourth
or not.
county commissioner that we could assign all the tasks to.
They used to accuse that guy, a different guy. Anyway.
Brian,
Thank you.
the chair recognized Brian Bosshart.
So I'm writing an RFP. Kind of looking at you.
I mean, you could do that. I mean, there's probably a way to do it maybe a little bit more informally, but
That's what I,
What's being requested, quite honestly, is pretty common. I've written this RFP in the past
right.
from other communities. This is pretty common ask. I've benefited from having a lobbyist in the past. So it would be pretty easy to write an RFP that would have a menu of items that they could bid on. A county-specific policy agenda, developing specific policy proposals around that agenda, coalition building that I heard.
yeah.
You know, even lobbying during the session, so we could ask them to bid on these individual.
that's exactly what I was saying.
Alright,
Yeah, I think
What
that's
George
fine.
said.
And I mean, I think, I'll say it even though it goes without saying, we're not talking about hiring somebody 40 hours a week for a period of time, right? Depends on the issue and our appetite as a board to want to spend money on it, but having somebody to help us, I'm not opposed to
More
that.
than likely, it would be some kind of a non-exceed professional services agreement that we
Yeah,
would
like
have.
like a mild retainer and kind of that type of deal.
And mild retainer and it's done on an hourly basis or something like that. But I think that something that will help inform it will be to take a little time before you start making the phone calls and bringing some people in. Will be to sit down and let's assemble an example list of things we want to get done that we haven't gotten done and say, okay, here's an example. Here's the list of policy things that we're looking at getting done and that we'd like to see pushed through the legislature somehow. And we would like to at least attempt to do so that they get some idea of the scope, of what they might look at over the next year or two while they're helping us. And so that's where I think sitting down with each of us, it could be a work session that we hold specifically for this in the future, or you can do it through email with us or whatever, or conversations with each of us individually in our one-on-ones. Let's develop a list so that you can say, well, here's an example. Here's a list of things that are on our mind right now. So you have some idea of what it might take to help us with those. And then and that's one way to slice the cake. And the other one is what's the services, the 4 levels of service or whatever that we determine. They may tell us a 5th. They may reduce it to 3 or increase it to 5 levels of service. So.
Okay.
And you've got experience at it.
There you go. All right, direction received.
So the next item that we have is the future of broadband discussion, which should be really quick compared to that one, I'm sure.
Talked about it a little bit.
The future of telecommunications worldwide, county broadband team.
Do we have everybody?
Can we
on?
just lump climate change in with that and just get that one done too?
I believe they're all actually in the room.
Yeah.
We've had some really broad-ranging conversations today, and
Nevin, pull that black chair up with you and another chair for staff.
The other thing I'm gonna do is, I just noticed, I'm taking this coat off, pulling my shirt tail out. I'm not comfortable
I'm gonna
sitting
do this.
with you guys now. I'm used to wearing a coat and tucking my shirt.
Cowboy up.
Fancy shoes.
I got hot.
Interesting article in the journal yesterday about climate change. I'm gonna send you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let's see, did you guys take a break? I don't know.
Did you read the last?
John, or not John, David's not going to be here, right?
No.
And neither, okay, perfect. So then this is everyone?
Climate change.
Okay.
Is Patrick on there or no?
Or not.
I was going to ask about Patrick too. I'm not seeing him.
Okay,
So
I did.
I will, do you want me to go ahead and share my screen?
yeah,
They've got
that'd be
like very
great.
concise executive summaries.
Let me,
That's your article in the journal. Talking about a researcher who found it. The Earth
that
has
awesome
the
logo that Megan
negative
wrote.
That actually was,
warming the clouds.
more of it was the idea. I put it together, I was like, oh, that was easy.
Allow less.
That's the icon I have at the bottom right of my computer when I don't have it.
Oh, really? Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
So. Wait, I think we're on break, so
yeah. Oh, okay,
I am gonna go to
hang out for a second.
walk.
okay. Let me mute really.
All right, welcome to the County Broadband Task Force Team Committee, whatever you want to call us. The people chasing after broadband for the rural community of Clear Creek. As you can see on this homepage here, we have the introduction of all of our members. I don't know if you know all of these staff that are here or not. You know me, Megan, I don't know if you want to go down the row and introduce yourself.
Sure, yeah, I'm Megan Heiler. Obviously, I'm next to you, so I hope you know me. But I'm the PIO for the county.
And Rebecca Abrahamson, Grants Administrator for the county. Rhiannon Diver, IT Help Desk for the county.
Nevin Mandel, Best from Brad Costello.
What was it? Can you just say that little, the title again?
Best and brightest fellow.
Yeah.
Stephanie Klein, GIS Technician.
Cool deal.
Awesome. So this is kind of our broadband team that we have assembled. You all, I'm sure, remember, especially Randy, broadband's been going on for quite a while in the county. We have way back 20 years ago, the Beanpole project that Flo Rotano from Dr. Cog brought to us many moons ago. And then after that, in 2013, we did our first broadband assessment with Gilpin. And then shortly after that, we did an IGA with Gilpin, and then we did the really big major broadband assessment with them in 2017. Since then, Randy, you worked on bringing Project Thor to the county and getting us signed up for that membership, which is great. And part of one of the grants we got with DOLA was to bring Project Thor into the courthouse, into a Meet Me center. And we got that. And then you also helped us again by getting us a Meet Me center in the Idaho Springs Health Clinic in 2021. So now, as you guys know, with ARPA and IIJA funding, there is a lot of broadband money coming down the pike, and we want to make sure that Clear Creek doesn't miss out on that. And I know it sounds cliche, but I put it in your cover memo. I know they say the broadband money coming down from the feds right now is unprecedented, but I think the cost of putting broadband in the ground next to any mountain range in this country is unprecedented because it's going to be really expensive. On the next slide, I just included a map of Project Thor so that you all could remember all of the communities that participate in this collaborative. They're constantly upgrading. We're about to, I think, go to 100 gig. It's pretty amazing. They're going through our Meet Me centers today, upgrading software and technology. So we are still a very participative member of Project Thor. And we believe that we can add some value to their network by possibly in the future going over Pinellas or going up Highway 40. Go ahead.
What is, so there's, is some of the work to do in Idaho Springs is to
Expand.
get it, like Georgetown seems like it's got redundancy that Idaho Springs lacks. Am I reading this map right?
So, well, they both have it going both directions through the I-70 corridor.
And then the red line, whatever that,
Oh my gosh, I knew we
there's
should
a
have
red
blown it
line,
up.
Georgetown's connected to it. Idaho Springs isn't.
This map we pulled off of the Thor website, so it could have been pre-health clinic.
Yeah, because the health, yeah, because we have a Meet Me center.
We put a Meet Me center in the health clinic. So my guess is an updated map would show this going through the
What's a
Idaho Springs.
Meet Me Center?
It's kind of your main rack system that connects all of the receivers for the fiber to come in and go out of. So,
Point
and,
of presence, I guess is what the telecoms used to call them.
yeah. So we have one here. We are starting to lease out Thor to the DA and the courts. So we are starting to generate some revenue with that.
So individual lines that can be, it's a place to hook up to Project Thor,
Yes.
basically. It's a central place. You may have one or two of them in town where people, then as you say, now these people are gonna be served by this, then you develop funding maybe with a user source, a user base that has a perimeter, and then they pay for the cost, the last mile to the Meet Me Center so that you can extend from there piece by piece and build a system. You know that.
Yeah, it's
You know that
basically,
stuff.
Clear Creek Broadband used King Murphy Elementary School, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the fiber terminates.
That's the same concept, right?
Okay. So just a little bit of background, broadband is this huge piece. There are many moving parts. And one of the parts is broadband coverage and how many providers we have right now in the county. And Rhiannon's going to tell you a little bit about that.
Yeah, so slide 4 is a comprehensive list of internet service providers for Clear Creek County, as we know at this time. As you can see, there are several wired providers and wireless providers. The list continues to grow as these companies expand their service. For example, in 2013, there was a total of 6 ISPs for the county, wired and wireless combined, compared to 2023 with at least 13 that you see here. We're looking to partner with several wired providers for the last mile to offer a competitive market, which will allow residents the ability to choose what company plan best fits their needs. So story time here. In the Winterlands subdivision of St. Mary's, there's no option for wired service. It's satellite only, which qualifies them, I believe, as unserved, according to CBO, Colorado Broadband Office. Those residents experience slow speeds with HughesNet, which do not allow for streaming video or successful video calls. Starlink is now servicing the area. However, recently the rates for rural residents went up from 110 a month to 120 a month, while urban areas who have access to broadband and don't need Starlink, their rates were lowered from 110 to 90 per month, which doesn't make sense since the rural areas are the ones who truly need their service. There are also residents in the Alice subdivision of St. Mary's, like myself, who have both CenturyLink and Starlink. One or the other is always used as a backup. As we know, CenturyLink has frequent outages. We pay $65 a month for CenturyLink for up to 12 megabits per second, which we hardly ever get. When I perform speed tests, I get about 8 down, 3 up. And while speeds are great with Starlink, it's very costly and subject to their own service interruptions. For example, their satellites are in the northern part of the sky, and a good portion of Alice happens to be on the side of the mountain facing south. So the mountains and trees to the north cause obstructions. And to Sean's comment in the previous section about wireless in St. Mary's, I personally think that can add to the solution, but I don't think it's a whole solution because of the terrain up there. We have some flatlands, some gulches, mountainsides, and I know our own mapping department has provided view sheds for if we were to build towers on land that the county and the school district own up there. We have yet to see any of those maps from Clear Creek Broadband. Yeah, I think we're all open to partnering with them. We just need to find a solution with maybe a little bit of both up there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, but that's it. This is the list of the ISPs.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to point out that I know you've said this, but I want to just make sure it's really clear. No one of us has access to more than a couple of these providers.
Right.
And that's an important thing to think, because you could look at this and say, well, geez, there's so many options. But I guess I have access to 3 of them. I live in Idaho Springs. We might be the most
We
well
should do
connected.
the FCC map of his address and see how many options he has. Because the FCC tells us that we have multiple options across the county. And I think your point is really good, that it doesn't match with what we actually get at our house. Because if you were to call all those providers, they'd show up and then couldn't do it.
Right. And then the other thing, just while we're talking about different providers, is one of the things that government does when it's working is provide the infrastructure for a competitive marketplace. And allowing a company like Starlink, to embrace not a company like Starlink, any company to have a monopoly.
Yep.
Is problematic, right? You start to see things like record price increases and record profits happening at the same time, which we've seen with other monopolies that are regulated.
Just for a little more background and just for some perspective, this is a map of service levels here in the county for internet. This is information we got from the Colorado Broadband Office. They did a survey, we did a survey, so I'll get to that in the next slide. But green is good, red is bad per usual. If you look in Clear Creek County, we don't have any of this green, which means decent internet that you can do things that you do on the internet for, whether that's Netflix, schoolwork, things like that. So as you can see in Clear Creek, there's a lot of red, some yellow, and a lot of orange. So the broadband service levels in the county aren't great.
And
Yeah.
you're talking about the bright green because the
Yeah.
other.
Yes, bright green.
Not the forest green. The forest green is Clear Creek County. Sorry about that.
There's
Yeah.
no internet out there.
Yes, I'm talking about this screen, if you can see my mouse.
The one that's not in Clear Creek County.
Yes.
I can't quite read the legend from here. What is the bottom throughput to get to the bright green level?
So according to the Colorado Broadband Office, the reds are a priority. So speeds that, those speeds are about, what is it, 10 download?
10 over 1.
Yeah, and then that also means critically unserved, and then the orange is served, so that's 25 download, 3 upload. Yellow is 100 download, 20 upload, and then green is 100 and 100.
And I don't know, I just have to say out loud, I have like 50 and 10 at my house and it works fine. We can do Netflix, we can do Peloton and Netflix at the same time. 2 people can do Netflix at the same time. So I don't know. I think calling that yellow doesn't quite compute to me.
You know, there's another issue, which is the cooperativeness of the servers. We sat for years with a trunk line about that big, Comcast line across the alley in front of our window. And Comcast said, we don't serve your address. You're not
Yep.
part of our area. And I'm looking at the line
Yep.
across the alley from me. And it's like, I'd have a better view of Bard Creek if you get that damn line out of my way.
Yeah.
And you won't let me hook up to it because for some reason, not all of Empire was served and they kept claiming it. And it took years. So we had zero access to anything except wireless. And I was operating off of Verizon hotspot at a gigantic cost and having really bad service off of Verizon hotspot. And it was killing me that I was in the middle of a town that was full of Comcast lines. And they said, sorry, your address is this street, this block aren't in our area that we serve. And it's like, well, then get out of my view.
Yeah.
I didn't even know how to, all you got to do is string a wire to me.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do.
Right.
We had the same situation with the coroner's office. Comcast said they served that address, and when we called them to come down and connect it, they're like, oh, we're on the other side of the creek. That'll be a $20,000 build out. We said, never mind, we're gonna figure something else out.
Yeah.
It's not until you get them to your house that you know whether they can serve you or not, which is a lot of pain and suffering on the homeowner or the business.
And I'll just point out, like, to your comment about the yellow, I'm in the yellow and currently I use Comcast and I mean, the service is okay. When it's working, it's fine.
Yeah.
Right? But it's not, as a person that tries to work from home in an era where a lot of people want to work from home and that impacts home value and community outcomes, I think it could be better, right? Like I could have better access and our
For sure
economy
it
would
could
do
be better.
better if I had better access.
But I mean, my office in Bergen Park, I have 100 or I don't know, it's Comcast and it goes out.
Exactly, yeah, same service.
Yeah.
So I think the point you're trying to make, and I agree, is let's focus on the red and the orange. But the yellow is worth at least acknowledging that it's not adequate.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the state is essentially crying wolf to say satellite, we're going to completely disregard it when for many people it already is providing what they need.
I think I think it was the feds that said if you're satellite, you're unserved.
And the old Hughes satellite,
Yes.
I get it, that sucks.
Yeah.
Basically, it's got
Why
huge
is that?
latency, it's really expensive, and no one I've ever talked to is satisfied with that. But like I said, some people in my neighborhood are using Starlink, and they're like, yeah, it goes out once in a while, but I'm like, I literally pay for both CenturyLink and Clear Creek Broadband right now, just because of usually when one goes down, the other one is up, and
Yeah.
it's actually worth it to me to not have to drive to the office on snowy days.
Sure. Absolutely.
So I thought this was an awesome visual. Steph actually made this, so thank you, Steph. But yeah, that's just something to keep in mind.
Shout out to our GIS team.
I know, they've made the amount of maps that Steph has made for us.
I know.
This is just some background on some public engagement that we did to get feedback from the community. We had an article in the Clear Creek Current. We had a story on CBS Colorado, and then we did multiple surveys. We also have been working with Clear Creek High School for feedback from parents. Right here in the upper right, the yellow, that is the front of a postcard that we sent out to, I believe, around 800 people in the Fall River, was it Fall River, St. Mary's?
St. Mary's, York Gulch.
Yes.
Hamlin Gulch.
Yes. Rhiannon was also awesome with helping to get feedback from that because it's her neighbors. So in the bottom right here, that's just one of the many responses we got. This person said, paying for high speed doesn't guarantee that you will even have internet, let alone high speed. So that was just one of the quotes that stuck out with me. We've got a ton of quotes like that from the surveys. So
We got some good stories back.
yeah, we got a lot of good stories back. I had a place on the survey where people could just basically type out their complaints or their story about internet, and we got a lot of feedback from that. So we're gonna kind of compile that and send that to the CBO. But yeah, a lot of public outreach. We have several web pages, several social media posts. I think people are tired of me asking them to take a survey. We had videos, stuff like that.
So we put together a mission and a vision statement to kind of guide the operations, but these are very much preliminary statements based off of guidance from you, the commissioners. We will happily adjust that, and a big part of that is going to be to which extent or to what extent do we want for this to be a generating endeavor. And that's gonna definitely play a big role in statements and guiding kind of the vision of this project. You can see on the left, we have some projects, and the ones within the county are hyperlinked. Georgetown, just to speak to that a little bit, the engineering and design is done, but we still need to do the construction, and we still need to fund the construction for Georgetown. We're still working on developing those costs, but we think it's going to be in the range of around $2.5 million to complete Georgetown.
And those ones that Nevin's talking about, the ones that are hyperlinked right there, I printed the maps bigger so you could actually see them and see, where the anchor institutions are and where the fiber loop is. So
Beth, how many people live in Georgetown?
how many people? I think they're about like 1,300 or 1,400 now with the lakefront.
So that's over $1,000 a person.
I just
It's
want to point out,
unprecedented.
It's other people's money too.
there are a lot of statements in here that I probably could have just waited to hear you all say them. Thank you. They're said better than I did and better than others did as well. I don't know if I need to ask for a change to the vision statement, but I kind of view vision statements as, rather than talking about like what you're going to do, collaborating and developing, it's like, what's the outcome you have in mind, So you could almost just get rid of those first 4 words,
Sure.
but I'm not insisting. It's probably kind of annoying for me to quibble. I mean, we could spend 4 hours wordsmithing this through.
No, it's good feedback.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
No, yeah, whatever thoughts you have, please share with us. I mean, we're here to get your direction and understand how you picture broadband for the future.
Yeah. All right. This is another pat on the back to Steph. This is her story map that she made for us. I actually have it up right here. So this is an interactive map that the link is in the packet, but that you can visit and just for more information kind of about what we've been doing. I'm going to scroll down here. This is more information on Project Thor, which we've already gone over, grants and challenges, which we will go over, but I really want to get to here. So these are the speeds, and if this ever loads, I know my internet was kind of bad.
I know, we're talking about broadband.
I know, honestly. But if you click on the addresses, it will take you to where it is. So let me try and close out some of my things because I really want this to be able to show. You can do it.
And while Megan's loading this up, I'd like to share this is publicly available on the county's website.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you click on the addresses, it'll take you to the address and it will tell you these are some of the submitted downloads and upload speeds that we've gotten, and that's where they are. So here's one in Dumont, 15.6 download, 0.8 upload. Here's one in Evergreen. So yeah, that's a really awesome tool if you guys want to kind of mess around with that a little bit. This is another one in Evergreen.
1.3.
Yeah, so that's not great, obviously. But yeah, so that's awesome. It's super interactive. And then here is, we also kind of touched on this already, some of the fiber optic plans that we've got going. This is for Georgetown. And then we've got one for Dumont so far, Fall River, Idaho Springs, and then Soda Creek Road and all that kind of fun stuff.
Yeah.
So then also if you scroll down, you can see our, this is our email that we made that people in the county, if they want to share their internet stories with us or issues, or maybe they love their internet and they want to tell us, they can email internet@clearcreekcounty.us. And there's also surveys and speed tests on here for people to use as well. So thank you, Stephanie. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's very cool.
And this is just another, this is also from one of the surveys that we put out. So kind of as, I think, George, you mentioned it, 66% of the respondents said that they use the internet mainly for work or for school. And 64% of residents say that they're unhappy with their internet access here in Clear Creek County. So we'll kind of touch on this in a little bit. Like you said, this could bring more families here. I believe, Beth, the school district had told you that that once kids get to a school age, they have to move out because their kids can't do homework and things like that. And we spoke with the Clear Creek County School District, and they told us that they pay about 15 grand a year to give hotspots to their students so they can do homework at home, do projects at home, and things like that. So that's another thing that really stuck with us. And as Rhiannon said, 89% of respondents pay more than $50 a month for internet access, which doesn't sound like a lot, but the yellow is $50 to $100. So I would be willing to bet that most of them are paying $100. I should have had different ranges for those.
I have 120.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, as the title says, people are paying a high price for unreliable internet.
And I just want to emphasize that that's exactly what economists predict in a market that lacks competition. Bad service, high prices.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think utilities often fall into that category, right? Like I don't have two choices of electricity at my house.
And we
Well, you do.
we have
Well, that's true.
state regulated, those utilities are regulated by the state,
Yeah.
right? They're required to provide service to everybody. They have to get their price increases approved through the PUC.
Yeah, same with phone.
So
Yeah, I was going to say regarding electricity, I do have a 5K system on my roof, but I'm still hooked to the grid, so I don't have to buy batteries. Plus, I have the reliability of having more when I need it. I think COVID brought home, in large degree, COVID brought home how bad our broadband service
Yes.
was, because both in schools and work, so many people who had no choice but to try to work remotely or go to school remotely. I mean, there were people who chose the online version of schooling rather than go into the school. And then we had the two different versions. And then there was the other one that turned out to be the hybrid version, because the school, those who chose to go to school and school got shut down anyway, multiple times throughout the year. Both of them, I mean, it was kind of sad, because when I talked to the superintendent, she said, well, it's neither one had the academic advantage over the other, because the disruption on the one side of changing systems back and forth kind of offset some of the advantage of being able to do in-school learning. But the main thing we saw was that people parked outside of
The library.
office buildings and libraries and sitting out trying to do their homework because they had no access. They had no ability, they had zero ability to do the work at home. They didn't even have cell service where they lived. And so therefore they couldn't even use a hotspot. There was nothing they could do except have their parents take them to town and park outside the library in order to try to go to school.
Yeah.
And so it really illustrated how critically poor the service is in our county when such a large group of the population had to do that,
Definitely.
and remains that way.
Yeah, definitely.
And to Commissioner Wheelock's point, that's where a lot of the standards come from. There are things certainly where you might say that the definition of served, right, is overkill. You know, there are a lot of things you can do on the internet with a lot less bandwidth. But the definition that we have has been largely defined by the need for students to do online schooling, for people to work remotely and to be able to reliably cater to those needs. And we've seen in many communities that being a pretty efficient way to build out those communities' economies and
Right. At least having video conferencing capability is critical to learning. And that's a really high bandwidth and speed requirement to be able to, you know, how often do we have to turn off the video to even remain in a Zoom?
Yeah.
You know, even with Comcast, you know, it happens all the time.
on the next slide, we'll see the FCC map, but there are a lot of challenges with this in that the onus is really on residents to challenge the coverage shown on that map. And we'll see from a lot of the responses that we've got from residents through surveys, through direct contact and quotes, that this map does not necessarily reflect the actual experiences that our residents are facing.
And I just want to point out, there's a fundamental coordination challenge, right? Because one homeowner going through all the work to challenge that won't change their outcomes, right? When you need a whole neighborhood to do it. This is one of the areas where local government can be effective by, you know, organizing constituents to collectively do that so that we can actually, right? This is one of the things you get when you have a local government that is funded well enough to be interested.
To chase it down.
So as Nevin was saying, this is the FCC broadband map, and you can type in your address and it will tell you what you have available for internet at your address. But the catch is this is not always correct. And the FCC is also asking people to type in their address and see this and check if it's correct. But the way you do that is by calling each and every one of these listed and saying, hey, can you give me internet access? And that's kind of hard for every single homeowner in Clear Creek County to do that. So the FCC map isn't exactly correct, and that's why they want people to check this, because if you zoom out, it says a lot of Clear Creek County is 100% covered. The blue is good, and it says, hey, yeah, you guys have internet. But we know that that is not the case. So we were also really encouraging people to go to this map and look at this and see if it's true. And if not, you can submit a challenge to the FCC, and then they can look into it. So it's kind of a process.
And there are incentives for ISPs to overrepresent their coverage.
Sure.
Absolutely. For instance, Comcast, they're on almost every list. They won't give you an answer until they send a technician out on site to test and see if they can give you service. So I mean, you're asking, you know, taxpayers to do a lot of homework through all of these different providers just to see if they really can get service to you. I ran a few challenges on this map for our county facilities, and we won. We won for the coroner's office. We won for the transfer station. We had these providers saying they could provide service there and they couldn't. So,
Is that your house?
but I mean, it just goes to validate the contention around this map and how it doesn't properly represent where the people are and what service they have.
Still have it. Saved it.
Still have it.
And so in order to be truly successful with a lot of these projects, one really key piece of this will be partnerships. And so this is not an exhaustive list, but this is some of the partners that we've had conversations with, including community partners like the municipalities, school district, things like that, regional partners such as Gilpin County and their municipalities, Dr. Cog, and then state partners as well, which will be like Colorado Broadband Office and DOLA also. Okay.
And so this is a slide talking about funding opportunities. I'm going to start with the top left, which is the Capital Projects Fund. This is one of the most imminent sources of funding. This is probably opening middle of this month, mid-June, and will probably close in about mid-August of this year. This is an ARPA program, so American Rescue Plan Act program. Its priorities will fund middle mile projects with the last mile component, which is a lot of the stuff that we're talking about doing. There is a 50% match for us, and we could potentially do a combination of in-kind and cash. And then I also want to add that we could also potentially use the ARPA allocation that the county received as part of that cash match if that was something that we decided to do. Okay, and so then the next program is the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, or BEAD. And so this is an IIJA program. It's Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act program. This one is a little bit further out, probably coming out in the first half of 2024. So I don't have a ton of details on this one, but it'll probably be pretty similar to the CPF program where it'll fund middle mile infrastructure, probably with the last mile component as well. And for this one, it'll probably be a 25% match. And again, probably also a combination of in-kind and cash. And I think, again, if we were able to use some of that ARPA allocation, we could. That's an option. And then actually on that note, I'm going to move over to the top right, which is the DOLA local match program. So this is actually another option for assisting potentially with that local match requirement for IIJA programs. And so that would be BEAD, but unfortunately not CPF. And so, like I said, that program, the purpose of that was to assist local governments that have limited resources, which with that cash match requirement, which can be hefty. And so that's one potential option that is dependent on the funds that are available in 2024 when we apply for any of these programs. But yeah, that is an option. And then the second one below that is another DOLA program. This is one that the board is probably pretty familiar with. This is the one that we used for the Georgetown Design and Engineering piece of this project. There are multiple cycles of this one a year. So we could potentially use this to do design and engineering of the other project areas, or there might be other options for how to apply this program as well. And then the last one that I have is the technical assistance program, which is not technically funding, but this one's administered from the Colorado Broadband Office, and it's specifically for technical assistance connecting local governments or applicants with vendors who can perform some of those really technical pieces of those applications, like a pro forma or feasibility studies, design and engineering, things of that nature. And so we did submit an application to this one. We haven't heard back, but that could potentially be really helpful in completing some of these applications. Yeah,
Good stuff.
and that's it for that slide. Sorry, I talked really fast.
I just have a comment on that side. I see in-kind eligible. Is your work right now part of that?
Yes, I believe so. Staff time.
So right now we're building that bank account.
Staff time. I've started putting together a list of potential in-kind expenses that we've already had. So far, I think, and I can't speak to whether or not every single item on that list is eligible, but I think we've spent about $600,000 in the past couple of years on broadband related projects that we could potentially contribute towards in-kind. So, and that doesn't actually include staff time, that number.
Did you have more to say there? Or?
Not on that topic.
Okay, yeah, one thing that struck, two places we've run into issues with expenses already completed. One is on getting grants for things for work that you've already done, if you've already, and trying to use that, use the money to pay for that. The other one is considering things matches where you've already spent the money on a new grant you're applying for. And it's like, no, we're talking about future money for match, not match that you've already spent. So when we say that in kind stuff, and I imagine I'm talking to you about something, as usual, way more than I know about to begin with. That's what I specialize in. I was a custom builder before, so I specialized in building things that I'd never done before. So, so it's good to not know stuff when you start. No, just that idea that I imagine that there are some grants, and that's what you're referring to, for which the in-kind work that you're doing now can be applied, and others that they simply can't because the match has to come after the fact, after the application, after the grant is approved. as an
Right,
example.
yeah, exactly. And I think we'd also, kind of on that same note, we'd have to be careful to not use one in-kind source for multiple projects. We'd probably have to devote it to like one program. So we'd have to kind of plan out how we'd want that to look. The timelines of these programs make that like a little bit challenging because it's like we can't count on the fact that we would get CPF money by the time we would get BEAD money. So do we want to,
You've got something you want to do with it, but you can't spend it yet because if you spend it now, you can no longer count it towards
right.
this future money you can get.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky, but yeah, something to work through.
The other thing that I want to bring up here, I know this came up. The reason that we didn't get the grant for the community wildfire protection plan was that the process was focused on equity and communities in poverty, right? The one county that was awarded did a really good job of articulating the way that people experience poverty in their community. And in our application, we reported our average income. Average income statistics in Clear Creek County look fairly good.
There's a few dozen houses in Evans Ranch that skew the whole
Yeah, it
county.
just takes one billionaire to screw the place
Right.
up. Stats up. That's the
Right.
problem.
And so I think like as preparatory work for these opportunities and other opportunities, really doing that statistical analysis to be able to articulate that we do have like acute and concentrated poverty in areas of this county. I could just point to our housing needs assessment that shows very clearly that almost none of the jobs in Clear Creek County pay a wage high enough for people to afford to live here, right? Like statistics like that, I think can be compelling. And if we build them, they can be used in a lot of different opportunities.
If we look at our primary economic sectors, tourism and that kind of stuff being at the center, and we look at the average incomes and wages, and not even the average as much, but, peel off the edges of the bell curve. If you look at the owner of the company and a couple of managers in a decent sized tourism related company here versus all the people that are actually doing the work, the 10 to 50 other employees, depending on what the company is, then it looks like even averaged across that unit, like they're not doing too badly, whereas that might be focused right at the top, and that 10 to 50 people that are on the ground serving customers can't afford a house. They're camping in tents because there's no possible way they can pay rent in the county even. So there ought to be some ways to isolate those statistics to paint that picture in a way that people understand our real challenge and help us qualify for those things. I mean, it occurred to me one time when I saw that we were neck and neck with Pitkin County, with Aspen, for the richest county in the state. And I was thinking about Cherry Hills and all these places. And I thought, how can this be real as I drive around our county? And then I thought, oh yeah, 1 billionaire is 1,000 millionaires when you start trying to work the statistics, it's,
Yeah, those are excellent
it's a
points. I
hard
think
picture to paint.
those will be really important to hammer home in some of these narratives as we submit these grant applications. I think we are fortunate that we're considered rural by most of these programs. And so that's kind of a bonus. And then, as much as we can talk about, that we do have low income populations, I think that'll be really huge. And it's something that we'll definitely think about and try and incorporate.
I know one of our biggest challenges is coming up with that match, these grants, like Nevin was saying, just for the Georgetown construction, you're talking around $2.5 million to put the fiber in the ground. And, a match for a grant like that is pretty big. Becca, I know you found some ways to match, I think, DOLA with the federal money.
I believe that could be possible with the EIAF program. I don't have confirmation on that, so I don't want to say anything for sure.
Yeah.
But I do think there are ways to make these programs all work together, and that's the goal. I don't think there's any way of us accomplishing all these projects with just one of these sources.
Right.
Like we, in order to be successful, we need some kind of combination of all of these. And so, I think we've already had some really productive conversations with DOLA and with CBO on some ideas on how to do this.
So how long does, because you're right, I mean, our general fund is not going to bear a 25% match on a
$2.5 million project.
$2.5 million project. where was I going with that?
What do you
How
think?
long do these engineering studies last? If we do the engineering, is it good for 1 year? Or is it good for 10 years? Like that, if it's only good for 1 year, I worry that it's not
That's a,
great.
I don't know.
that's a difficult question because a lot can or cannot change over that period. And certain elements I think are more secure for as far as longevity goes, like certain aspects of engineering are going to be more future proof than others because there's more innovation in certain areas than there are in others. And also, I think a big part of it is just a matter of like how who we can get to complete a project at a different time. They'll have a different approach to. So I think those are factors. I think it's a little difficult to answer that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything super clear on that. I can definitely go back and look. One thing, I guess on that note, is both of these really larger programs, the CPF program and the BEAD program, both of those are probably going to be out within 12 months. And so if we do decide we want to go for these, then that hopefully is not a problem. But if we did need to postpone any of this, then that's definitely something we'd have to think about.
Yeah.
Lastly, just to, there is a scenario where instead of burning through our $15 million in general fund reserves, propping up our unsustainable general fund, we solve that problem sooner and then have that giant reserve to think about things like this. So there are other things out there, but worth thinking about. Definitely. That's what happened. I was just in office when we got the NeoConnect study. The NeoConnect study was like, all you have to do is spend millions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay. Anyway.
Kind of already went through this, but these are just some benefits for people living in Clear Creek County. Obviously, the higher speeds, there is the potential for revenue. And then more people are able to work from home and kids can do schoolwork online. So maybe they aren't moving out of the county when their kids are getting older, things like that. So yeah, I already kind of went over
I have a
that.
question about the municipalities. It seems like most of the benefits are going to take place inside of city limits. Do they have any appetite to participate financially?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Was Idaho Springs showed
yeah.
up to one of our meetings? I think Georgetown was there as well.
One of those giant checks?
Yes.
Right, exactly. And I know Empire's interested as well.
Working with them. Yeah, I think the hard parts are definitely going to be like the Dumonts and the Fall Rivers. I mean, that's peanut us a lot. But yes, Georgetown has allocated funding in their 2023 budget to go towards the internet or towards the broadband project. And Idaho Springs has agreed to sit as part of our community engagement group. And
What kind of numbers are they talking about?
Idaho Springs did not give me a number, but Georgetown gave you a number?
No.
Oh, I thought he gave you a number, sorry.
I think I want to propose to you two that staff has direction to go ahead and let those partners know that their financial contributions could be decisive.
Okay.
I don't think it could happen without them. in
Yeah.
my
I
view.
agree. It's going to take, if it's taken this long to get where we are, which is nowheresville, then it's going to take everything we can muster to get it done. I have one specific question, and I'm sorry if I forgot it from earlier in the presentation because I just rolled through all the information to get it on screen. So when I was looking on screen, by the way, I was looking at that. Now, I will acknowledge that I checked a couple of desperate texts here.
No worries.
The phones have blown up a little bit, but St. Mary's is, we know we've got problems everywhere, but there is a particular pocket in St. Mary's that is so highly unserved relative to its population, and it might be our worst example, in terms of the number of people versus the lack of service. What have we identified as the cost of that micro trenched up the center of the road fiber line to St. Mary's? Have we put a number to that?
We have not. I mean, we have some ratios that we've built based on For instance, do you guys recall when we were doing the overlay of Soda Creek Road to the transfer station? We had about 300,000 in trenching for that 1.5 miles and 100,000 in fiber conduit and the fiber itself. So we knew we had about 400,000 for the 1.5 miles.
So that'd be 2.66 per mile. Million, you're talking 10 miles. So you're looking, it could be maybe a $25 million project. Of course, you get it at the economy of scale at some point for a contractor to come in and do it. So things, but you know, the cost has not gone, cost of construction has not gone down either. So.
Right.
So you could be looking at a $25 million project to get fiber just to get to a meet me center or something like that. Okay.
Cigarette.
And I mean, you bring up a really good point, Randy, and we had discussed a dig once policy. I think it's an important part of this conversation that maybe I think there was some, it wasn't going to be as cost effective as we had hoped when we were talking about Soda Creek. But I'd love to see some policy development in that arena too, around road and bridge and what it looks like to plan to prepare to dig once when we are doing road work. I mean, for example, the $25 million, how much of Fall River Road did we resurface in the last
You know, that
4 years?
And part of that has to do with sometimes you're doing other kinds of things where you're getting far enough into the ground. If you're already beginning to trench for any purpose at all in the ground, people say, well, the plastic's the most, you know, we identified putting plastic in the ground as being way more expensive than we thought. Well, the reason was because you were amortizing a trench, because you decided, let's go put some plastic in the ground. And the biggest expense is neither the fiber nor the piece of plastic in the ground, the conduit. The biggest expense is digging a hole and filling it up. And so if you're already down there digging a hole, you should always throw an empty piece of plastic in it. And that's where the dig, if you are digging, dig once, because the plastic is actually very cheap. And I know it's a lot, I know everything's more expensive than it was, but I know this from construction and doing it myself and buying the plastic and having the hole dug and filled up. That the plastic is the cost of the plastic and dropping it in the ground, gluing it and dropping it in the ground is microscopic compared to the trenching. And so if you're already in the ground, you're already getting so far and you've already got equipment on site, it's a little different thing. It's really not fair to amortize that cost and say we can't afford to do it.
Yeah.
There's certain things that you can't afford to not do. And that's my rant's over.
We did collect a list from the Public Works Division of all of their kind of like 5-year capital projects of what roads they're gonna be working on for that very reason. Because we wanted to see, hey, how much is it gonna be? So, sorry. Go ahead, Megan.
That's all right. I think is this you?
Yeah, so next steps.
One other quick question, technical question on that. On that micro trench, what is the depth that we're requiring?
It's about 18 inches down.
Okay, we're not into the 5-foot gas line thing.
Right, it's about 1.5 inches wide.
Oh, wow. That is micro.
It's really small, yeah. It's a big, I have some pictures if you want to see a big giant blade going down the middle of the road. We reached out to Diane Cruz of NeoConnect, who did our strategic broadband study, and just talked to her about next steps. How about doing a process called invitation to negotiate, where you bring in all of your ISPs in the area and you sit down at a table and you talk about, hey, here's where we're getting middle mile next, like the Georgetown Loop, the Idaho Springs Loop, Dumont, Fall River. And then you sit and you talk with the ISPs about, hey, who would be the best partner for each of these areas? As Becca kind of told you in some of the grant applications, having that ISP last mile plan is really important as part of our grant application. And so we want to start having these conversations with the ISPs right now to determine, hey, who's our best partner for Georgetown? Who's our best partner for Silver Plume? Who's our best partner for Floyd Hill? We want to start those conversations. So that was going to be our next step, unless you told us to do something otherwise. And the other big step we really want to work on is the partnership with Gilpin. Our last 2 strategic broadband studies we did them with Gilpin. And, you know, we have been talking with them a little bit with their county manager and their planning staff. And they also have a grant coordinator, just like Becca. and about, hey, if we're gonna go and do some design and engineering for Idaho Springs, why don't we do a joint grant with Gilpin to make the application even more attractive and say, hey, let's do design and engineering for not only Idaho Springs, but how about Central City and Blackhawk or Rollinsville? Now, as of late, we have some phone calls and outreach from Netherlands. They know they're not going to get the fiber coming the other direction from Boulder. So they're really banking on the fiber coming up 119, and they want to partner with us to help them get a connection into Project Thor. And so we've been talking with Northwest Cog about that. And we've also been talking with CDOT about how far their fiber goes up 119 and then who takes it the rest of the way into Central City Blackhawk and who would be the partners to take it all the way to Netherland. So those are some of the partnerships we have been talking about in multiple meetings across the state in conferences on broadband. We've been down with Dr. Cog to talk to them about working with our grant navigator through Dr. Cog, who is a company called EST. And EST, fortunately, is a lot of former CDOT employees from Region 1, like Paul Jasaitis and Saeed Sobi and Richard Zamora. They all worked with CDOT in our region, our neck of the woods, our roads. So they know our community really well. And when we went to talk to them about, hey, some grant navigation help on what grants to apply for and how to be shovel ready, that was all through those Dr. Cog meetings, which Gilpin was also there, which was great. We started talking about partnerships and how to make these grant applications for these $1 million grants, maybe with Gilpin in tow with us. The last piece I had was when we talked to Diane Cruz, she definitely recommended the invitation to negotiate, but also don't redo that strategic plan. Do an action plan. And more importantly, do a business pro forma. Now, Becca and I found out the hard way last fall that we were submitting a middle mile federal grant, and a major part of the grant was to have a business pro forma of how much money would you make leasing this fiber to all these ISPs and how many ISPs and how many years down the road. And we were like, oh crap. And we had to withdraw our grant and it really sucked.
Because you didn't have the specificity to even be able to provide the information.
And so when we talked to Diane Cruz, we were like, okay, hey, can you help us with this business pro forma? It's a major part of the CPF grant that Becca talked about. It's a major part of the BEAD grant that Becca talked about. We've got to have this business pro forma to submit. And when we talked with Diane, we found out the cost to do that action plan, which is sort of a mini update of our 2017 strategic plan, and also that business pro forma we need for our grant applications. She quoted 20 to 30 grand. And so we were going to ask if we could take that money from the ARPA funds that are still left over, just so we would be not only shovel ready, but application ready when CPF and BEAD are released. So those were our next steps. But most importantly, we need to know from you guys, how do you picture broadband? Do you see it as a possible revenue generator for the county? Or do you see it as something we cap it, we control it, and we leave it open for any providers? That's really what the direction we need from you guys.
I don't want to step over.
Can I add one thing
Oh,
before
sorry.
you guys go? Because that last piece that Beth just articulated, I think is extremely important. We can't write a pro forma, right? Until we know how you view new broadband in this county. We've got a major budget crisis. I view it as a revenue source. But it doesn't have to be viewed as a revenue source if we're gonna make it far and wide and as cheap as possible. As you know, we've got some local providers today that were negotiating with us and thinking that we were trying to charge too much, and we're just trying to charge market rate, get what others are already paying. But they wanted to
like lease on towers.
But they wanted to maximize keeping their prices low to maximize their profits, right? So we need to hear that from all of you before we can go out and write a pro forma if that's something you think makes sense, so.
I mean, I guess I would be hopeful that the pro forma, the construction of the pro forma could inform that conversation. I mean, right now what I can do is give you my initial impressions, right? But they're not informed by numbers. And I want to talk about the 20 to 30K. The technical assistance program, can the technical assistance program help us with that?
Yes, and that's what we did apply for. like I said, we haven't heard back yet. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous timing wise, especially if we wanted to use that technical assistance program to help with the capital projects fund. I'm sure that's on CBO's radar as a potential challenge. But there's just no certainty that we're gonna get it through the technical assistance program. If we did, that'd be great because it would be free to us. CBO would pay the vendor directly.
So
I don't know when we're gonna
I'm
hear.
scared it won't happen in
you're
time.
looking for approval to spend that money if you have to meet a timeline.
Yeah, so we could submit CPF, right?
Way to put it. Yeah. One thing too that I should have added earlier, on the Georgetown Fiber Loop grant for DOLA, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, I believe we allocated 50,000 for a local match, is that right? I am about to submit our final closeout report, and I think we will have only spent 25,000 of that $50,000 local match. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know how that informs the conversation, but
That informs the conversation very positively.
Yes, it does.
yes.
I'm fine with it. I'm good with it. If it is spend 25 to 30K in ARPA money, if you have to, because we didn't get the technical assistance program grant in time, I'm fine with it. I don't know how you should feel.
I would love to philosophically to see cost recovery as a priority for whatever we invest here, because it is so important.
Understand you see it as a revenue source, let's understand the return on investment, how quickly it comes, because it's obviously like, it's kind of like doing a startup. You know, most businesses operate at a loss for a while, even in the private sector, when they first start out, once they're investing in themselves. I mean, because it's hard to count blue sky.
Yeah, because I mean, just again, philosophically, if there's an opportunity for us to create dollars that we can reuse and have other impact in the future, like another way of saying, I don't think we're in a position to subsidize this or much of anything at this point.
I guess I'd add one more thing to that is, you know, it makes complete sense for us to reach out to Georgetown or Idaho Springs if we're gonna build on a network. But we may have other asks of them also, right? Moving forward, and how do we prioritize all that? You know?
I mean, well, what we're trying to do, we're not asking them for help, right? We're letting them know that we want to be part of a solution for our shared constituency, right? So I think we should be careful how we frame that.
We're offering to be part of the solution.
As it is ours.
I agree, but there's still an ask, right? And for instance, transit. We're gonna continue to fund transit moving forward. We're moving around the people who live in our municipality, should they not be helping with the cost of transit?
It's the same conversation.
Yeah.
So it's just another example of
Housing, they're all the same
Right,
conversation.
but I'm just saying, we've got multiple asks, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there are multiple needs.
Yes.
There are just multiple ways to, you know, you go in the car dealership, they find really nice ways to talk to you about that car and everything it's gonna do for you. So that's one thing to remember.
So I just want to make sure staff, the board agrees and that staff has heard that the direction is we're fine with that ARPA expenditure.
Using the remaining 25,000?
We had that slide and then we jumped right into this other policy conversation. And I don't think, I just want to make sure that you guys have heard and that you guys agree that the direction is that third circle around the action plan pro forma for the IJA grant apps is authorized.
From the 25,000 that I'm hearing we may have left over and what's already been authorized, or if we need to dip into more ARPA funds, we can dip into more ARPA funds?
The latter.
How much have we paid, or how much has DOLA reimbursed us for the EIA grant for Georgetown Design?
It'll have been about 27,000, I want to say, after I submit our final reimbursement request. So the total project cost will have been about 50,000, unless I'm missing a big invoice somewhere.
That's what I'm afraid of, because the grant agreement was for like
I don't think we need to
98.
dig into those
Yeah, the
details.
details don't matter, so.
Okay.
What I'm
Sorry.
willing to support as direction is that you can use the 20 to 30K you need out of ARPA if you need it, right? And ideally you don't need it because the grant application that you applied for comes through. Is
Is there a benefit to revisiting that conversation? Because it sounds like we're saying you can take it, but we don't need it. Why not just wait until we know and then bring it up again?
I don't know, I feel like one of this board's jobs in policy work is to know when we should be out of the way, and I have enough information to say I'm ready for the board to get out of the way.
I think I know enough. I think I believe enough. I should say there's a difference between what you think and what you know. But I think I have enough trust in the value of the effort in the long term to know what I would say when you came back. And so if I know what I'm going to say when you come back to me, then I'd like to say it's authorized with the caveat that you know you're supposed to try to not use it. You know, that you do know that. This isn't just a, you know, I later on when you use it, I'd just like to see a solid explanation for why you used it, why it was a smart thing, and I trust you to make a good judgment and do that, because I know that if you have a smart, good reason later on, I'm going to have said yes. And I don't need to micromanage a $25,000 expense that I know that generally is overseen by a county manager that I know has proven to be one of our, and a finance manager that I know have turned to be a couple of our fiscal hawks. So you need to have a good reason to them why you want to go ahead and spend it, and I trust you to make that decision.
Fierce advocates for responsibility over here.
It's our job.
I'm fine.
Yep.
I'll keep you posted on what happens.
We did the age-old strategy. Keep asking until you're exhausted.
Somebody says whatever.
So, okay, now I can move on. And Sean, I think, well, Sean and Randy, I think you both said it, that cost recovery should be the default target. The idea that we would, as I do, there's sort of a spectrum, right, with three options, right? There's cost recoveries in the middle, subsidizing lower prices is on one end, and charging higher prices as a revenue stream is on the other end, right? Those are sort of the three options among a spectrum. And I think cost recovery should be the default goal. I think I'm willing to entertain a lower price to providers. And I think that needs to be, like, I'd be happy to see a policy that allows for that conversation to take place. And the crucial part of that conversation is, okay, what are you charging and what are you willing to commit to charging in that negotiation, right? Like, what are you, provider, charging to our constituents? Right, because it doesn't make sense to provide a subsidy to somebody who isn't willing to make a price commitment. So that's like, if we want to develop a policy that involves the ability to charge a lower price, that's the approach I would take. As far as trying to charge more than what our costs are, I hesitate, with one big exception, which is I do think it's appropriate for us to, when we see providers that are charging more than market or that we believe are overcharging, for us to be able to negotiate and say, well, you know what, maybe we're going to charge you a little bit more too. And that's how I view the policy of how you try to land on that spectrum. And I'd like to see us have a policy that lets us negotiate sort of within that spectrum and have that conversation about what are you charging our people? And that's going to inform what we're going to charge you.
The thing I would add to that is if we shoot to break even, we'll probably lose money. If we shoot to make money, I hope we can break even.
Yeah, that's a great point.
If you don't try, you won't get there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know, is that like,
It's helpful.
you know, like it's a key thing of negotiating. Like, we have a policy that says we're cost recovery only, we lose all our negotiating ability. And our constituents need us to negotiate on their behalf. You saw bad quality, high prices.
Did you guys get what you need?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Thank you.
Some action items.
Thanks for all your work on this, and it's nice to, it's really nice to see a team digging in and looking at all the angles, and it you know feels like it feels like progress. So
Thanks.
Yeah.
We're trying.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you as well. I've seen these guys sitting in this room spending a lot of time on this topic, so thank you to all of you for all your hard work and for the good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good job, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, good job.
So, the next item on the agenda is that countywide survey of critical biological data. I know that Brian probably has a little bit of an update for us because he mentioned something to me about a little of the information that we asked him to go back and have some legwork done. We found out a little bit. I also know that as of yesterday, I had not seen or received, unless Brian's received it under separate copy, the proposal back from CNHP, Dave Anderson. I did email him yesterday after I saw a response from Sandy over in Gilpin County that she hadn't seen it either. So I emailed him, and actually, after this session, when we get ready to go into executive session, I'm going to text him. But I think the bottom line is, if they're unable to, if they don't produce that in time to be able to work on the grant, then they're going to have to default to another grant cycle. But we know that that grant cycle is due coming up in early July for the initial preliminary narrative, and then later July for the final. And so I think the ask here was to, based on, in large part on the very good, suggestion that Sean made, that we look for other sources of money for the $25,000 match also, that we continue to do that. But in the interest of timeliness in our meeting schedule, I'd like to get a general approval for Rebecca to be able to work with Anderson, if he gets his act together in time, to spend up to $25,000, and at the same time working with Dave and Rebecca. They ask us to still look and see, because we know that there's some people out there like CPW, GoCo, who would be providing the grant, and others who want to see this happen, and the Forest Service probably too. So there may be some people out there that we can get a last ditch effort to have a potential grant match from another source, but that we're willing to spend that $25K if we need to, because it's a critical piece we need for recreation management and land use information going forward. And we're one of the few counties, very few counties in the mountains, certainly once you get above the plains, all the way to the three borders. I'm talking about Utah, Wyoming, and New Mexico, who haven't already done this work, and we don't have the information available to us. So Brian, did you have anything else with regard to any information on those matches? Or?
Sean had asked how some of the smaller counties had paid for their studies. And
right.
Thank you to Beth for doing some of the research and found that most of, if not all of them, funded it through an EPA grant. Now the question becomes, if we're going to use an EPA grant as our match to this, timing wise,
can we even get that?
Yeah.
Well, the timing of the EPA grant match the timing of the GoCo grant. So what have you found, Beth?
So it's called the Wetland Program Development Grant. That's how most of the counties used, that's what most of those smaller counties used to get the funding to do the CNHP study. And the grant cycle is, I think it's in August. And I emailed the coordinator for the grant and I said, hey, are you guys still doing this? Because I haven't seen any advertisement for it right now. And she said, we are, we just haven't put it up on the website yet. But they do fund this kind of study.
How does that match up to the timing of the?
Well, this grant, the application is due on the grant to GoCo at the end of July. And I think another question Sean asked is, when's the next cycle on that particular GoCo grant? After this opportunity ends,
Oh, when is the next GoCo grant after that?
For this particular purpose, because when's our next opportunity to apply to GoCo after July if we're unable to get it done by July?
Is it one of the particular grants through GoCo?
All I know is that Dave Anderson met with two people from GoCo. One was, I think it was GoCo, and one was a zoologist, and another one was somebody in their grants field. And they were very enthusiastic, and they said that they don't require a 25% match anymore, and that for Clear Creek's portion, if Clear Creek had up to $25K to offer, that would be certainly satisfactory for that grant. It would make it high. And the fact is that CNHP, and I think GoCo were prioritizing it as their top ask, Gilpin, Clear Creek, if they can bring us in. So
This grant calendar for GoCo says let me just see what to make sure. Yeah, the grant calendar for 2022, 2023. The first cycle is due September 15th.
this must be a different.
And then
I don't think that's the same cycle, because the first cycle was 22, right? So you're looking at the last cycle on that list.
Okay, so the third, let's see.
Over here, right?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that's the same cycle or grant that you've been mentioning.
Yeah, and what I've asked is, and Dave's copied on that, is I think you guys are in communication, so to get it straightened out, try to get the grant in and find out those answers if we can.
I have not communicated with him at all.
Okay, all right.
I mean, if I need to, I certainly can, but I didn't.
Well, I will initiate that right after this session, as soon as we go into executive session, by texting him and asking him where he's at on the proposal. And we have a couple questions for him we'd like for him to get with our staff. So I'll push that together.
Yeah, 'cause they have like 8 different types of grants.
I feel motivated to take a page out of the last chapter of this book. When we were just, the last session, we said something like, yeah, we're authorizing you to use
Up to
this-
25.
up to 25K if you need it. And hopefully we can make these timelines match. I worry about punting to another grant cycle because of the cultivation work that's been done. And because of the fact that we're being told it's a top priority for them. I
Right.
kind of worry about punting on the application unless we find that this is like a quarterly cycle or something.
And I think that it'll be informed by what we learn about when is the next opportunity for this particular fund, for this particular purpose. And if we find out it's only 3 months later, and we think there's a strong chance of getting the 25K so we don't have to spend it, that's part of the information that will allow you to decide whether it's a good investment now or later. Because I think we ought to try to get this done within the next year, get it going.
Yeah, and what I want to do is, I know we're sort of holding up the NOCO process. The NOCO process has been going for years and we need to see results and we shouldn't be the ones holding it up. And for all of those reasons, I think it's incumbent on this board to get out of the way and say, you know what, we authorize that. And we trust you to do what you can to find the matches that you can and spend the ARPA money if you can.
I think even more, from my perspective, representing Clear Creek County at NOCO, and also knowing we have ongoing decisions to make about things we talked about, in our last meeting about the romp and stuff like that, that for us to have a fully informed romp where we're making good recreational and not just recreational, but good public land use decisions, both about our policies around recreation in general and in terms of management of our public lands, and even, private land use decisions at some level when somebody asks for a special opportunity to change zoning, to do things that we realize can have gigantic impacts. We at least ought to know this information so we're making informed decisions to benefit, the environment of Clear Creek County. And that's my primary motivation. So that's why I'd like to see us get it done. When I saw that everybody out there virtually had done it, I feel like we've just kind of dropped the ball on it and we ought to try to get it done.
So the individual who emailed us used Planning Capacity Grant as the name of the grant. She just found it on their website due September.
Oh, nice.
First week of September.
This particular one, he met with them and the narrative draft, first draft was due July and the final application was due July the 20th. So I think we're talking about 2 different things. Okay, so that's why I want to text him, ask him how he's coming on it, and then get a phone call with him, even myself, and then push it out to you guys so that it's happening. So
Yeah.
Whatever those details are, my intention is to get out of the way. And I think that's what this board should do. I don't know if, Randy, I assume you agree. Sean, we haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I mean, if I can utter a few sentences and save the county $25,000, I'll do that every single time. And there's other, I'm trying to think of
Good
this.
job on that, by the way.
What's that?
And good job on that.
There's other stakeholders, and I don't know if it was Trout Unlimited, but Beth, who was it that helped with mine reclamation around water sources and did some different, I think up near Lamartine and some different places.
Oh,
did
was
some
it
reclamation.
Water Quality Control Division? They do have some money coming out, right?
I don't know, but I mean, there's other stakeholders who would love to see this information too, and I think we should beat the bushes and see if we can find the 25 grand.
Agree.
I agree with that. And that's why I asked Brian to put on the agenda for us or at least had it in his head, because I didn't see it written on the agenda, by the way, but for us to give a staff direction of an authorization of up to 25K while we try to continue to try and not spend it. And we've got a little information that I need to we've got some differences in dates and some discrepancies here, and I want to talk and then I'll get out of the way too, once I've, lit a fire under, lit a fire under Dave because he seemed real excited about getting it done, and I haven't seen the proposal come through. I also know he was just going to be going to work on it last week, and it's
Yeah.
only Tuesday, so it may be reasonable that he directs. He's the director of CNHP and their chief scientist at CSU and stuff, so he's got a pretty big job, and I imagine he just hasn't been able to dot the i's and cross the t's on it yet. But I'll make contact with him today, this afternoon, on the subject.
I know we're already late for our exec session, but has Gilpin weighed in on any of this? Are they the other county?
Gilpin wants to go, but they didn't want to take an official action until they saw the proposal. He's given me enough information on the proposal, and I've seen enough data and been dug in a little harder than they have to have trust in the process and the need. But they actually see the need, and they had a wetland study done, not a whole comprehensive study done a few years ago, and they want to re-up and update the wetland study and then do a whole comprehensive study. So what they told me was, yeah, they're in, but can you give us something on paper so we can see the proposal and know what the ask is of us? And my guess is the ask of them would be similar, around 25K. And they sounded like they were willing to go 25K. They just want to see the paper and the application. Yeah. And I'm trying to not hold up a process that has a deadline, so that because we won't be meeting again till what's
The 20th.
20. Yeah, so we won't be meeting again till we jump in a plane and fly off. And I wouldn't want to wait till the end of June to ask Rebecca to try to work with them to craft an application, the preliminary draft of which has to be in by the first week in July. That only gives her a week or two to get with Dave, and I don't trust that timeline. Not that I don't trust Rebecca, but it's just too many players to get together in the same room, you know? So that's why I'm asking for permission now for up to, so that, you know, she can expend some effort. Otherwise, I don't want to spend her time on it.
Yeah, I think we're agreed.
Okay,
Out of ARPA.
sure.
Dollars are fungible, so fine.
And it's a good one-time expense. It's valuable information. It's not an annual subscription, so.
The ARPA dollars are somewhat distinct because we can spend them on things that counties are not authorized to spend money on.
All right. I don't know if we've done that yet, but okay.
In public funding, the money has a lot of different colors.
So I'll reinitiate that conversation with Dave Anderson and loop in both you and Rebecca so that you're all together on this thing, and then try to get out of your hair.
Okay.
So.
Got it.
Cool. Randy, thank you for your work on this.
It was fun.
Some future butterfly may be highly indebted to you.
Some future butterfly.
Future generations of butterflies will be indebted to me, right? Yeah, name one after me when you discover a new one. Okay, that concludes our session today, except that we are going to, the next item on the agenda is an executive session. And before I move that we move into executive session, I'll just say that we will return afterwards. We'll return from executive session for the sole purpose of adjourning this meeting, and there won't be any other business conducted. So we'll be leaving executive session, coming back into here and saying goodbye for the day. So if somebody wants to sit around and look at a blank screen and then watch us say goodbye, that's fine. Otherwise, I just want you to know what you're waiting for. So I move that we go into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 246424B and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to financing and funding mechanisms for purchase of 4 mobile home parks in Clear Creek County, and for purposes of discussing negotiations. If that's not actually on the agenda, but just so you know.
Second.
That language. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll see you in there.
We have completed our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and we are adjourned for the day.
Thank you.